The detailed plans are probably quite small for you to pick up, but as I said, natural stone, anthracite standing seam roof and glazing on this side where the main storefront looks into the car park, and then the roadside elevation. This gives you the impression of the rising ground and how the site will be cut in as you rise up the hill away from the village. So it appears lower and set into the ground behind the landscaping as you rise up the hill. And this is the view from within the site, the gable end facing away from the village. And the other view, again within the site, this would be hidden behind the service bay. You see the retaining wall at the top end of the site, bank and retaining wall. And just another view from the entrance into the actual site. So these are just more detailed plans of what you've already seen. Service bay doors and the vent louver doors for all the service or plant behind. And again, the elevation in more detail. The overall building is I'll see, almost 40 metres by 12 metres gable width. As I said, the main part of the store, the retail area, is 280 square metres, with this area being storage and all internal plant in that area there. And then the final plan just shows in more detail the proposed tree planting and landscaping around the proposed building. So for comparison purposes, because these questions were raised on the site in terms of the scale, whilst officers of judgment is that this store is sized appropriately for the needs of Tideswell, which I think is probably the park's second largest or equal second largest settlement, we think it's appropriate for that size. I've done a comparison with the Bradwell Co-op, which this committee approved extension alterations to a short time ago. The Bradwell one is very similar in scale. It's 416 metres overall with a 280 square metre retail space, which is virtually identical to this. The overall store size is slightly smaller, but the retail space is the same. So we do acknowledge the concerns over scale, but we believe that it is appropriately sited and scaled on the edge of the village, and we're satisfied that there are no other alternative sites to accommodate this facility elsewhere in the village. It's on the edge of the village, and we noted, you'll see in the report, that within the used classes order, whilst the actual area is larger than the convenience store limit of 280 square metres, nevertheless we don't consider it a major development, and it compares favourably with the local store. But we would need a condition to restrict it to a convenience store within the used classes order, as we outlined in the recommendation, and also to make sure it doesn't expand without our control to the areas shown for retail space. So I'd ask for a slight amendment to that condition, and to make sure that the retail area is for the sale of goods and no consumption of food or drink on the premises. Whilst on the point of conditions, the planning officer had imposed or suggested a restriction to the hours of operating, which isn't acceptable to the operator, who'd asked for the standard 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. opening hours. We have reconsidered this in the light of that representation, and bearing in mind the store's location far enough away from any other residential property, it doesn't cause any amenity problems, and the 7 till 10 p.m, which would be maximum opening hours, not to say they're open to those every day, we think in this location that is perfectly acceptable. So again, I would suggest to change to condition 6 from officers to pick up the 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. Daily opening.
Including Sunday?
Including Sunday, yes. So in terms of, obviously the site's not within the village, but it is served by a footpath network which will be extended with a crossing point across the access road into the site. There is a bus stop nearby just further down the road. So we believe that whilst it's on the edge of the village, there is still good connectivity back to the village, and avoids the congestion which is experienced by the existing store, which is on a very constrained site in the centre of the village. It is, of course, disappointing that we don't have a detailed environmental performance report detailing how the opportunities on this site can be maximised. The agency has explained that they require to do a very detailed sort of report on the building, and it is in their own interest, they point out, to make sure the building is as efficient as possible in terms of reducing energy use and generating use, because it is a high use of electricity with all the chillers and various other equipment within a store like this. As officers, we clearly see there's an opportunity for solar panels, for example, on the south-facing roof, without harming the design in any way, and would expect to see that within the submitted report, along with other measures to maximise that. So we would be looking at that robustly to make sure it meets our policy CC1. In summary, therefore, we consider as officers a high quality, contemporary building of high quality materials sited on the edge of the village in a sustainable location which meets the needs of the local community and the immediate wider properties in the locality. It's appropriately landscaped, and subject to the conditions set out in the report, it is recommended for approval, Chair. Sorry, just one other comment about the conditions. Bearing in mind the excavation, we would ask that for an additional condition to agree the means of disposal of that spoil and the final contours for the avoidance of any doubt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Boyd, who I think has been before us before. You know the rules, do you? You've got 3 minutes. Yes, you've got 3 minutes. There's a little button on your machine which will turn the microphone on, and you may address us when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair and members, for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm the planning agent acting on behalf of the applicant for the proposed replacement store. Throughout the application, we've had a positive and constructive dialogue with officers and members of the Parish Council in Tideswell ahead of reaching this recommendation for approval. To reiterate, the current convenience store in Tideswell is no longer fit for purpose, being too small to stock a suitable breadth of products, and with a lack of dedicated parking and servicing areas, which do cause regular issues with deliveries and congestion on the main road through the village. Due to the tight-knit pattern of development in the heart of Tideswell, there are no opportunities for a more central, larger replacement store. This has been confirmed through a property search, which meets the operator's size and access requirements, with no suitable alternative sites being identified, and this was assessed and agreed by officers. Subsequently, the development before you is in a suitable and necessary location to deliver an improved store to serve residents of Tideswell and visitors. As was discussed at length with the Parish Council and with officers, we do understand the concerns of those who might stand to be affected by an increase in travel distance. However, on balance, we and your officers are satisfied the proposed store delivers numerous benefits that overcome its less central location, including a wider range of products, thus reducing the need to travel greater distances to larger stores, a design which complements the traditional buildings in Tideswell, ample dedicated off-street car and cycle parking, a secure service yard, and a green boundary treatment that reflects and preserves the site's rural surroundings and character. Whilst on-site renewable energy methods have yet to be specified as part of the scheme, one consideration that we did have was how apparatus may be visible from the public domain and any subsequent impact on landscape character, which we're aware is a pertinent aspect to consider. The submitted planning statement did contain some details on how design and layout seeks to minimise energy use through optimised orientation of materials. Nonetheless, we acknowledge what's been said and the suggestions made, and there's no objection in principle from the operator to the inclusion of renewables, and so the applicant is happy to provide such further detail through an appropriate condition. Acknowledge as well that there's been a reconsideration of the condition with regards to opening hours, and just to highlight that those hours applied for are consistent with the existing store in Tideswell. So in summary, the development delivers a purpose-built new convenience store to serve the people of Tideswell, preserving valued landscape characteristics in the process. The applicant has worked positive with officers to optimise the store for its surroundings and location, and we ask that you carry the officer's recommendation to approve the application. Many thanks for your time.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Just one or two questions from me before I let everybody else loose on it. It's the point I made when we discussed it earlier on. One of the things that concerns me about this is what is going to be the impact on this on the other shops in Tideswell. And I'm not here talking about straightforward competition. Tideswell is quite an unusual village in the national park with quite a lot of little shops that provide all sorts of things at the moment. And of course, what will happen in Tideswell today is you might go into the co-op and buy one set of things, and then you'll go down the road to the butcher to buy something else, and you'll go to the greengrocer to buy something else. If this shop is put on the outskirts of Tideswell, for most people it's going to require a car journey, and it's going to become a one-stop shop. So there must be an impact on both the functioning of the town centre in Tideswell and probably in the long term upon the environment of it. And I'm wondering what sort of consideration has been given to those issues in putting together this application.
With respect, competition and effect aren't material planning considerations.
Well, competition isn't, I totally agree with you, but the impact upon a town centre and upon the functioning of a town centre does become an issue, a land use planning issue. Have you got an answer?
We don't have a specific report delving into to those sort of questions that you just asked, Chair. We've had to take a balanced judgment on the scale of the store. We think it's appropriately sized to meet the needs of the community, and as a replacement, albeit larger store for one which already exists in the village, we've placed weight on the fact that the benefits outweigh the any modest harm or slight harm that might occur, which is very difficult to quantify without very detailed specialist report. So the answer is we don't have a report that gives us those answers, and we've taken this balanced judgment that the scale is appropriate as a replacement. I can't say any more than that at this moment in time, Chair.
Right. My second question is about the orientation of this building. It does extend quite a long way out along Whitecross Road towards the Anchor. And we're going to have a very long blank wall going up the road where at the moment there is no such thing. I'm wondering why the whole development wasn't orientated at 90 degrees from where it is now, so that it would not extend so far into the countryside and into the field.
Well, we had pre-application discussions with the applicant, and it was felt at an early stage that the building needed to relate to the street, and we were concerned that in the initial plans that the car parking was brought to the front, which didn't present a good entrance to the village, so it was reversed to put the building on that side. And given the scale of it, it was felt on balance that the gable presenting to the entrance to the village, which along with the landscape of the car parking tucked behind, gave the better entrance rather than seeing the full length of a building. It was a judgment made at the time, and it could fit the other way around. It's a matter of judgment as to whether that prevents any greater benefits over the existing scheme. But at the end of the day, we have the application before us, which we're asked to make a decision on by the applicant.
Okay. Well, I've got some questions about the conditions, but I'll deal with those as a matter of detail later on. I've got Andrew Hart.
Thank you, Chair. Have we any indications what will happen to the old store if this is granted?
No, we don't have anything definite. We assume it would just be marketed, and it would be any incoming owner, operator would have to approach us, and our policies would apply to any alternative uses. And we would hope it would continue in a retail use on the ground floor. It's quite a large building with upper floors. There'd be an opportunity for other uses for the upper floors, or other community uses, as our policy would seek in those sort of circumstances, but we don't have anything definite.
Thank you.
Andrew McCloy, I've got next.
Chair, I understand your concern about the impacts on the retail offer in the village centre, but if the applicant claims that the present co-op building is unfit for purpose and potentially will close as a result, then I think this is probably the best solution, certainly the most pragmatic one. I understand also what you say about the orientation of the building, but having been on site with everyone yesterday, it will be viewed against the backdrop of an industrial estate. It is in a dip in the ground, so those reasons, and landscaping as well, I'm less bothered about that. The extended hours, perfectly fine, especially given the location and the fact that this store will probably be used from early to late, not least by local people who have working hours. The two issues that I'm keen will be addressed, and it looks like they are pedestrian access, first of all, for villagers who are unable or don't want to drive. So we need to make sure that the pavements are adequate, and the ramps and so forth that are suggested will be implemented. But the key one for me are climate change measures. We've heard from the agent that the applicant is minded to meet us on that. I think they have to be compelled to meet us on that, because this is such an opportunity, if not for solar panels, then for other climate change mitigation measures. I think every application of this size, of this scale, has to measure up to CC1. I don't think there's any alternative now. And it might not be solar panels, although this would seem the easy win here. It might be other measures, but we have to insist on it. And so I understand there's a meeting of minds, but I don't think this application can go forward unless there's more than just a gesture towards this. But all that said, I think this is a sensible application that ultimately is good for Tideswell and probably the surrounding area, so I'm going to move it.
I've got David Chapman. Oh, thank you very much, Andrew. I've got David Chapman next, and then Ginny as the next one I caught, then Ken, then Mike.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I use the existing store frequently, and Tideswell is a village that gets an awfully large amount of heavy goods vehicles travelling from the Hope Valley to the various quarries, and the siting of the present store, you pretty well take your life in your hands when you shop at the Tideswell Co-op, because it's right next to a double bend that goes around a very crowded parking on-street parking area. So I think, contrary to your question, Patrick, that I think that as regards affecting other retail outlets in the village, I think you could also argue that it will be a benefit, because there will be more people be able to park because of the co-op customers not taking all the spaces up. I'm happy to second it as well, alongside Andrew's move. And just a suggestion on the climate, with it being in basically a field, it would lend itself to ground source heat pumps and things like that if the solar panels weren't appropriate. As I say, I use the existing store a lot, and I socialise with quite a lot of Tideswell people, and the general feeling is one of approval, because one of the criticisms levelled at the co-op in Tideswell is that they don't have a large enough range of foodstuffs, and I think this gives them the opportunity to to be able to expand that. So I think it's all round extremely good idea. Can I just add, John, this is to you. It's very remiss of me, but in declaring interest, I hadn't read the speakers list, and I know Morgan Jackson, the applicant on item 8. I know Nick Williams, who I just saw sitting in the corner on item 9, and I know Sir Richard Fitzherbert on item 15. Sorry for that.
Thank you. Yes, can you just make clear, I wasn't objecting to it. My concern was that this is not really addressed in the report, and it is, I think, a relevant consideration. Right, I've got Ginny Priestley next, then it'll be Ken next after that.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, actually, I agree with the points that Andrew made about the fact that if the co-op decide that the existing building is unviable, they will close it anyway. And I've got a suggestion, which I don't know if is possible within the planning application, that maybe it might help some local feeling if the co-op were to stock a selection of local sourced foods within their stores. So I don't know if that's something that we can recommend to them. No, okay.
Well, you can recommend it, but it has no impact.
And I would not want to support this application without very good recommendations for environmental concerns, as in solar panels and ground source heating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Got Ken Richardson.
Yeah, my concern is item 59. It's at odds with what's being said. It's the EV charging points. If a shop's going to sell more than it sells now, then people are going to dwell in longer. It's no longer going to be a convenience store. And I would suggest that we have a minimum of 2 fast chargers on this site.
Could you like to comment on that?
Yes, we and the Highway Authority, our transport planner rather, I should say, took the view that, bearing in mind it's a convenience store, the short dwell time for people shopping there didn't warrant EV charging points in this particular location. And we're content to leave it to other programs which are looking at expanding EV charging points around the Peak District. I know there are some collaborations between, I think at a county level, with companies to maximise that. But in this location, we didn't think it was proportionate, bearing in mind the likely customer dwell time.
Are you happy with that?
No, not really. If somebody comes along 1-2 years' time, public cables aren't big enough now. But while they're building it, they can put ample-sized power supplies in.
I'm sure that's something you could raise with the applicant outside the application and see whether they're prepared to do something.
Chair, can I just address that? I understand exactly what you're saying, Ken, but I'm with the officers on this. The dwell time of customers would be relatively short compared to the time they would need to recharge a car. And the danger is then you'll have parking spaces used up for a long period, and if the store is as popular as I think it probably will be, you might then displace vehicles out onto the highway because there's not enough parking spaces. So it's a balancing act. I think, and with officers, we look for other opportunities for longer stay parking where those machines can go in.
If I can just come back on that, where I live, we've got fast chargers at Aldi, Lidl. They're all getting them, and you don't stop in Aldi for long, do you? Well, I don't anyhow. Come out with loads, but don't stop.
I think that's something which we could deal. I don't think we could make that a condition of an application, but it's something which could perhaps be discussed with the applicant, see whether they're prepared to cooperate. Is that a reasonable way forward? Okay, thank you. I've got Mike Chaplin next.
So, sorry, Chair. Having recently used a superstore as effectively as a convenience store to buy 3 or 4 items, I was surprised to see that from a standard charge, if you were only in there for about a quarter of an hour, you were lucky if you got 3 miles on your electric vehicle. But with a rapid charger, it is different, and you can get a lot more power into your vehicle, even if you're only there for 15, 20 or half an hour. Yeah, 20 minutes or half an hour. So I do understand where Ken's coming from on this. On the one of the things I think perhaps I've overlooked in since I've been on planning is the material consideration of the impact on the community, which is something that can be taken account. I agree with Ken that you can't address it from a competition point of view because that is not a material consideration. But I do think there is a concern here for the impact on people who live at the other end of the village, that basically if they're going to have to get into a car to get over to the store, or they've got a long walk ahead of them because the buses aren't that frequent, and we're finding in recent years they've become even more infrequent. But on balance, I'm minded to accept the recommendation with the provisions that Ginny and Andrew McCloy have called for on CC1, that we build in some conditions there for climate change.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've not got Ken Smith next.
Thank you, Chair. Mine's a small picky point, but I'm going to make it nevertheless. When we were on site yesterday, I inquired about the relationship between the building and the road verge, and we were told that that was the responsibility of the Highway Authority, the road verge. Yet the plan, as shown on the screen and in our papers, shows the application area goes right up to the edge of the road. The purpose of my inquiry yesterday was, and particularly given in the lower left-hand corner, where there's planting, which is going to have to be maintained, a grassed area, which is going to have to be maintained, my concern was that there was maintenance of the road verge so that it wasn't detrimental to the building. The proliferation of dandelions and all that kind of thing that takes the edge off things. Is it a fact that that area is within the, if you like, management responsibility of the applicant? Should we be, would it be appropriate to condition the maintenance of that verge and that planting area, or not?
Can I just say, I quite agree with your question, because I've not, there's that last plan, the very first plan here, the next one after that, I think you've got the one that shows the layout. You can see the double line which marks the present dry stone wall. The application site comes beyond that dry stone wall, and the status of the land between the dry stone wall and the actual carriageway, is that within the control of the applicant, or just part of the highway and it's the way the plan's been drawn?
I suspect it's the way the plan's been drawn, because my understanding from looking at the site is that the current boundary wall, the dilapidated boundary wall, is the boundary wall owned by the farmer in the field, and that the roadside of that and the verge is highway land, unless the agent's got anything different. I think it's just the red line's been drawn a little bit loosely. Obviously, that boundary will be affected by the development, because they'll be taking that wall down and building the building, so the verge will be affected to some extent by that, but the intention is that will be reinstated, presumably under a licence from the Highway Authority to its former condition or better, and the intention is that remains as verge, and it would then be, as I understand it, under the management of the local Highway Authority.
Thank you, John. Nevertheless, given that area in that lower left corner will have to be managed, it seems to me it could be to the advantage of the applicant to manage that verge as well for the maintenance of the appearance of their building. I'll sow that seed if that's not an inappropriate.
There are people, of course, who like dandelions on the roadside verges. I think we've had a contribution from everybody. Can I just actually be equally pedantic and just go through these conditions so that I really understand what we're saying? Condition 2, restrict use as a convenience store. I think that means that we restrict the use to the same purpose as a convenience store, because it's not a convenience store, is it? A convenience store has to be 280, whatever it is, square metres, and this is bigger. So it's not a convenience store, but so it's the use that has to be controlled.
That's correct. It would be within use class E, so it's the detailed word in the condition would say a convenience store within use class E, with the retail area limited to the area shown on the approved plan, with no consumption of food or drink on the premises,
Right.
to avoid changes of use to cafes or other such ancillary type uses.
Okay, so that the wording of that is going to be very important. Condition 3, the reference to boundary walling, it's not just that they should be made out of natural stone. We actually need a condition, don't we, that actually requires the boundary walling to be put in, because at the moment we don't have.
No, it is shown on the plan.
It's shown on the plan, but
so
it
we
needs,
can expand upon that, make that clear. That should be
I think we need to make it clear that it's going to go
boundary
in.
walling. Yes.
Yeah. The hours of opening, you've changed from 7 to 10 every day.
Correct.
Does that also apply to the hours of delivery?
Bearing in mind the location, not affecting the amenity of any neighbours, then I don't see any.
Well, I think the point was made earlier
on.
on that a lot of these delivery vehicles come in through the middle of Tideswell, and it will affect a lot of residents and neighbours. I'm wondering whether there's a different set of rules for delivery than there is for opening.
I think bearing in mind the location, the deliveries are more likely to come off the main A623 road from the Tideswell Crossroads, which is the wider road network, into the village. I think in reality it's likely to reduce the number of larger vehicles which would otherwise have had to travel into the centre of the village, bearing in mind the location on the edge in this particular case.
Right. Condition 9, highway conditions, that includes the provision of a transport plan.
Yes, so we'd expand to say including carry out in accordance with a travel plan to be submitted.
And for the avoidance of any doubt, that is to deal with the employees' movements, not about customer movements.
That's correct. That's a suggestion of the Highway Authority.
Right.
Does that cover Andrew's point about footpaths and curbing and things as well?
No, that's about
the actual vehicle.
Yeah. You've already got a footpath network too there as part of the Markovitz store improvement. The footpath was improved up to that point, and you'll see on the plans. I think it's on the next plan within the site there. You've got the footpath on the opposite side of the road created and turned into the site to give the pedestrian access. So in addition to that highway condition, Chair, we've also got the final one I suggest about just agreeing the precise finished floor levels and removal of the spoil via a licensed waste operator, because there'll be some significant removal here.
Right, I was going to mention that one, that's fine. And then also restricting the actual size of the area that can be used for sales.
Yes, that'll be covered within condition 2 and expansion.
Right, on that basis, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, yes, Mike.
Yeah, going back to the point Andrew McCloy made about CC1, could that be?
That's in 8.
Well, it just says a scheme of environmental management measures, and I'd like to see the word climate change inserted after environmental, because otherwise it's open to interpretation.
Okay. Happy with that? Yes? Okay, on that, turn off. Turn off. On that basis, the motion has been put to approve this, subject to those conditions. All those in favour? Anyone against? No, there isn't. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. The next application I have is Holliford Lane, Castleton. Again, this is John Keeley going to introduce it for us.
Thank you, Chair. This, again, is a full application for the conversion of barn to dwelling to include associated access, parking and landscaping works at Holliford Lane, Castleton. The application site location is edged in red there on the plan behind me. It's situated just immediately adjacent to Hollowford Road, which leads out of the centre of the village of Castleton, which lies just to the south east of this slide as we're looking at it, and leads out towards the Hollowford Outdoor Pursuit Centre, residential centre, which lies at the end of this road. And this road also leads to a network of footpaths which leads up to the Mamtor, Loose Hill sort of ridge area, and is very popular with walkers. The proposal is to convert the barn into a single one-bed dwelling with a new access. So you can see the barn is situated here, gable end onto the road, and we'll see in the detailed plans it has a lean-to next to the road. It sits in the corner of an open grazing field, and the application site area there shows that the intention is to create a curtilage for the barn and the access and turning area within the field. And the blue line shows that the rest of the fields is in the ownership of the applicants. So just moving to the detailed plan. There is an existing access you'll see in the photographs, which is situated about here. The proposal is to create a new access with splayed walls and into the field with a turning area within the field before it turns into a new walled paddock forming the garden area with a parking area, single parking space for the converted barn. There's an existing tree here, a large mature ash tree, so you can see the spread of the canopy. Being an ash tree, although it's fine at the moment, it's no doubt unfortunately going to suffer from the effects of ash dieback, and we're likely to lose that in the near future, I would say. In addition, there is an air source heat pump, you won't see it here, tucked into the corner of the proposed curtilage, and just outside the curtilage, but land in ownership, is a proposed package treatment plant to deal with the effluent leading to a drainage field further in the field. So a few slides to show you the context and the setting. So this is looking down Hollowford Lane back towards the village, with the barn just coming into view. You see it's a very plain building. As we get a bit closer, you can see from this side, typical field barn, limestone, blue slate roof with some nice tabling to the gables. There is a later lean-to which is formed by just raising the stone wall and some very basic sheeting on this side that the farmer added at some point in the past. And there's the mature ash tree and the existing field access. So this field that it backs onto is not in ownership. Just a close-up of the gable end and just showing the relationship to the existing gateway, and then looking further down there. So the proposed new access would be some considerable distance down here, would be approximately in this location here. It's about 13 or 14 metres beyond the existing gateway. So some considerable difference. It's been set there to get in visibility on the highway to meet the highway requirements, but I'll talk more about that when we look at the detailed site plan. And then looking further back towards the village, you can see there is a bit of a raise in levels from the road into this field. And then looking back towards the barn, so this is again shows the simplicity of the building, simple opening. So probably the next slide shows in a bit more detail. So simple opening, this is the lean-to, some glazed, some slots at the top, wind vents, because it would have been animals below and hay storage above. And you can see here the remains of a former hay barn, which is well beyond the end of its design life. Although an interesting structure in its own right, it's not so interesting as to warrant retention. The barn itself, however, is a small building of merit, so it's regarded to be a non-designated heritage asset worthy of retention of its contribution to the landscape and the street scene. Just show a bit more detail of that. And then from the field looking back, there's quite a picking hole window here, quite a large opening into the gable end, which the hay would have been loaded out of or into. And you can see the gateway, existing gateway, and the proposed new access would be down here. Just a shot of the lean-to. And so existing layout, very, very simple, just plain lean-to. Remains of the hay barn, access to the south there and the tree. And the proposed layout of the ground floor. So the ground floor of the building would create a use for a living area, a small bathroom tucked under the stairway, and the lean-to would be existing lean-to removed and rebuilt in stone and blue slate to form a kitchen with roof light above. See the scale of the proposed residential curtilage bounded by a dry stone wall with a cattle grid entering into that, single parking area, the air source heat pump location and the package treatment plant just outside. Upstairs, plain hayloft with a hayloft window and these wind vents. And that would form a single bedroom lit by this window at the gable end. And in addition, you can see here two quite large roof lights in plan there, and the roof light over the kitchen of the lean-to. And then a wider shot showing the access into the site. You can see the roof lights on top of the barn here, cattle grid. The idea is that the access has to be sited here to achieve the required visibility splays past the barn. And in this case, the applicant appears to have used the 2.4 metre setback distance, which is usually used for more major roads. This is a very quiet lane in traffic terms, or it does carry a lot of people on foot. But between production of the committee report and looking in more detail at the impacts, we do consider that there may well be an opportunity to move the access a little bit closer to the building and improve the orientation of that. So rather than picking up the concerns of some of the objectors about these domestic or quite urban splayed entrances, which would have an impact on the character of the street, when you compare that appearance to the appearance of the agricultural access we see at the moment, there's no reason why we can't have gate posts in line with the wall and just have some minimal fencing back to the gate, so we retain the wall line and have a more agricultural characterful entrance. Also, we would suggest that having the turning area in the field is unnecessarily damaging to the landscape and increases the impact of the access, where it can be a simple just two-lane, two-wheel tracks into the residential curtilage where there's ample room for turning of a vehicle. So we would suggest, Chair, with the committee's authority, that we seek an amended plan in the event of approval on that particular point. Just going through the elevations in more detail, that's the existing rear, the back of the building, as it were, looking away from the village. As proposed, the roof lights are suggested to be conservation roof lights. They are sited very high up the building, and we would need, if they were to be approved, we need to be true conservation models, so there's a condition. However, members might take a view about the scale of the window on the end, and we would like to see those brought down. There is also a flue here. It's shown, it's quite a narrow flue in the drawing, but we do know from experience that approving these does require one to meet building regs, which turns out to be a double twin wall flue with a greater impact than you see there. So there are some concerns about whether those truly conserve the overall character of the building to the high standards that our policy allows. Because it is an exception to our policy to allow the conversion of a building like this to a house, a market house, because of the impetus of a market approval gives the revenue to convert the building and save it, provided, of course, we achieve a high standard of conversion in terms of securing the character and appearance of the building along with its setting. So a few tweaks, I think, in this case are required. Looking at the roadside, that's the existing elevation as proposed. There were no concerns about a small conservation roof light in the later edition of the lean-to. That's of less significance than the overall barn. And then on the village-facing side, existing openings and as proposed. So no new openings in the existing building other than roof lights, and this would just be a rebuilt stone wall lean-to with a new window in there. You can see the air source heat pump within the curtilage, and then looking from the field side back towards the road, existing elevation, then as proposed with this window forming the bedroom window to the single room above. So overall, whilst we do have some concerns about the impact of the driveway and access alterations, which we do feel can be approved with, just going back to the agent, with some minor tweaks there to get the best impact on landscape, and conditions regarding the roof lights on the conversion itself, it does represent a good scheme of conversion that saves this small non-designated heritage asset, minimises the impact on the building and minimises the impact on the landscape, and hence it's recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I think we've got one speaker, Caroline McIntyre. Oh, there you are.
Too much kind of dark light in the room, so we need to open a window or something.
Sorry, can we just pause half a second? What, does it?
No, it's fine. I'm just opening the doors because the carbon dioxide detector.
Oh, I see.
It's not going off yet.
So we're,
The doors should have.
we're creating drafts in order to have more oxygen in the place. So, okay. Sorry, would you like to make your presentation to us, please? Thanks.
Yeah. Morning, my name's Caroline McIntyre. I'm the agent for this application. I'm going to keep it short as the officer report covers the proposals in detail. I just wanted to draw your attention to a few points with the proposals. We've worked with officers during the determination of the application, and initially the scheme included the reconstruction of the hay barrack, which we thought may have some excuse me, historic merit. However, it's clear this wasn't as significant as we thought it might be, and this was removed from the scheme, and as a result we're able to reduce the curtilage around the site. The applicants are a couple who propose to live at the barn, and this will be their home, and the size of the barn is similar to other open market conversion schemes approved in the National Park. We're happy to look at the changes to the visibility displays suggested by John and the access, that's no problem. And just to reiterate that any landscape impact of the proposals would be minimal and localised, and travelling south along Holliford Road, the appearance of the site would have a minimal change. The scheme includes a number of sustainability measures, including an air source heat pump, and in summary, the barn has significant merit and the proposals provide viable future use for the building. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any members? I've got Kath Potter and well, Ken Smith. I think Andrew was putting his up as well, but I'm not sure. Kath Potter. Kath?
Thank you very much, Chair. I note on page 49 in the objections, etc., it says the building is part of the history of farm buildings in this area and should be preserved. But then further up, there is a comment that has come in that one raising a question about the intended occupancy of the dwelling, holiday let or permanent dwelling. Is it possible, therefore, to have a condition that it is a permanent dwelling as opposed to holiday let? That's my question.
Can we have an answer to that?
It's applied for as a market dwelling, a permanent dwelling. Our policy allows for that, so it wouldn't be appropriate to put a condition on. But as a permanent dwelling, like many of our houses probably here, there is no restriction on you able to let it for holiday accommodation if you so wish. But our policy in this case allows for a market dwelling, and that's what's applied for.
Do we not therefore think that we ought to be considering what, I mean, there's a village not so far from this, and I was informed recently that there's over 300 holiday lets in that village. our villages are being overtaken with I'm afraid, too many holiday accommodations, and I was just trying to ensure this would be a permanent home for a permanent, you know, for a couple. And I think that really needs looking at. Possibly we could have a session on what we think. I mean, there are other areas in the country that have sought to stabilise this area. So I would be grateful if we could look at it again, please.
I think that needs to be looked at, Kath, as part of the local plan review. I don't think you could do it at the moment because we have no policy base upon which we could base that. But I think it's a perfectly valid question for the local plan. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, I was actually at an event in the Peak District, and I didn't know this person, but he knew me, obviously, and he came up to me and he said, do you realise in a certain village, he specified, there are over 300 holiday
lets, yeah. I've got Ken Smith next.
Thank you, Chair. I've no major issues with the proposal. I can see the relevance of it in terms of our obligation to conserve character and setting. 3 points I'd like to raise. Picking up on John's point about the roof lights, they do seem to be overly large for the scale of the building, and I would like to see them as appropriate conservation roof lights, if that could be achieved. The gate posts to the existing field access are quite well manufactured. Are they going to remain? The application of the report talks about blocking it up, and then I think one of the plans showed it rebuilding the wall. So are those gate posts going to remain in situ? Because I think that's an important issue to reflect where the access was. So if that could be clarified, if you're uncertain. And my final point would be, I reflect the point that has been made by the applicant's agent about the hay barrack. While to some it may seem insignificant, they are peculiar to the Edale area. And while I note that there was a concern about it appearing like a carport, the very fact that the roof rose and fell on pulleys within those 4 posts, so as the hay content rose and fell, it seemed to me at one level to be quite an appropriate way of providing protection to a vehicle. But I just make the point. I realise that it was very ruinous, but it's, from my perspective, it's unfortunate that we're losing an aspect of the local culture in the Hope Valley. Thank you, Chair.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around how that would work with the car inside it, but...
Chair, while we're on the subject of the suggested condition from Mr Smith there, so yes, more than happy to agree precise details and size of the Velux roof, of the conservation roof lights, to make sure we get a true conservation model of an appropriate scale. I'd just like to add a further condition, which I should have done during the presentation. Bearing in mind the package treatment plant is set outside of the curtilage, we don't have details. We would need a condition to submit and agree precise details of that as part of the scheme to make sure that's appropriate before the scheme goes ahead, along with agreeing the precise location of any meter boxes. Just for clarification, although it would be picked up in one of the other conditions, along with that, retain the gate posts when the wall is blocked up, because that is an important point to read the development of the site.
Okay, I'm going to raise 2 small points about conditions and then make a suggestion as to how we move forward. The new gate from the road into the field must necessarily look agricultural on the way that you're describing it. Do we need a condition to control that?
Well, as I suggested, I think, and we've heard from the agent that we're pushing an open door there. There's an opportunity, if you could just say that the delegate for officers to agree and amend a plan following...
But that would include the gate, because we were talking about the road geometry as opposed to the gate. The road geometry,
and just chasing up the highway, because I know we don't have the highway response yet. I checked last night, and we still don't have that yet. And I do believe we can have a slight maximisation of the the benefits there to what we've got at the moment.
Now, as to the way forward, are we able to deal with these things by condition, or should we simply amend it and give you the authority to negotiate the outcome?
Yes, I think if you you can approve it subject to agreeing
Approve
that,
it in principle and allow you to sort out the details.
that's the case, in consultation with yourself.
And I'm happy to second it. Anybody got any other proposals? In that case, I will put that to the vote, that it be approved in principle with the officers to sort out those detailed conditions. All those in favour? Anyone against? Nope, that's passed. Then I'm going to allow a 5-minute break until 11:15 by that clock. the agenda, if I may, because we have people in the public gallery who want to come and speak to us. I think the next item in order doesn't have a speaker, and it may take rather longer than we like to try and sort it out. So I'm actually going to move on to page 69 of our agenda papers. It's agenda item 8. I'm hoping that we are ahead of time. It's 11 o'clock, yes, so we're okay for that. And it's Grindsbrook Booth, Edale, a cafe opening hours. John Keeley, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The application site is the cafe at Newfold Farm, Cooper's Caravan site, situated in the centre of Edale Village. The application site there for the cafe is outlined in red on the plan, with the wider blue line enclosing the camping fields and to the west of the site. So we have the cafe here. We have 2 houses in ownership of the business here. Entrance into the site, which is across from the local school. The local pub is just on the top side of the sort of the central square here. And the Pennine Way runs down the north side of the site. So this camping and caravan site, a very long-standing one. It's been there since the 1950s. And the cafe serves the campsite and indeed the local community. In addition, there is a shop here as well within the site. The cafe's operated for some time. It was expanded and improved with consent in 2021 as part of the owner's overall improvements and enhancements to the offering at the campsite. And he now seeks consent to extend the opening hours. At the moment, they're limited from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in winter and 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in summer. And he seeks an extension of the opening hours to 10 p.m. all year round. If I move to the next photograph, an aerial shot to show perhaps the context a little bit better before we talk about the impact. So this is just get it right to dive into that. This is the cafe building here. These are the 2 houses in ownership. There is a separate dwelling here, which is the nearest non-business dwelling, which is the sensitive receptor for any noise issues. This is the local school, so the central square in the village, and the Nag's Head public house here, and the Pennine Way running across the back. So there's no concerns about the use, which obviously has operated for some time, and there's no concerns about the extended opening hours in principle. There's a number of tables inside where the majority of the tables are, so there's no concerns about impact on amenity from extending the 2 hours for the internal use. There is a terrace to the west side, an external terrace, which focuses, looks out towards the campsite and is screened from any sensitive dwellings by the building itself. So we don't have any concerns about a later use of that western terrace area. But there is a terrace area, a small terrace area on the east side of the building, just in front, which is elevated. And that does raise a concern about impact on amenity for those extra 2 hours between 8 and 10 p.m. on the living conditions of the nearest sensitive dwelling. And with that in mind, and those concerns about that impact, we have suggested a condition and discussed that with the applicant that for the eastern terrace, the limit should remain at 8 p.m. for external customers who would then be asked to move inside or to the rear terrace beyond that period. With that suggested change, the application is recommended for approval, and you'll see there's an additional condition just to cover no external lighting to be erected without our agreement, to conserve amenity, the character of the place and the dark skies in this area, and to be no sound system to be installed to play music or music to be played outside the cafe building, for that to be confined to the internal area. So with those conditions, Chair, the application is recommended for approval.
but we still have objections. Well, first of all, let's start off with the speaker we have. Mr. Jackson, would you like to address us?
Yes, sure.
If you'd like to take the seat in the front, okay.
Just wanted to come today to answer any questions you might have, really.
You are allowed to address us for 3 minutes, if you wish to do so, and there's a button in front of your, a sort of long button in front of your thing. If you press that, a little red light will come on, and you may address us.
Right, okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I'm Morgan, I'm from Edale, born and bred. I'm on the parish council. I work with Andrew Critchlow organising the local bonfire and things. You know, I'm very much a community person. I love Edale. And I've helped set up a local nursery there for the kids as well. A few years ago, not the best timing, it was February of 2020, just before COVID hit, I went to the bank and borrowed a lot of money and bought this site. Then we got closed down for the next about 2 years. It wasn't really great, but it did give me the chance to really focus on trying to improve the site and trying to build something there. One thing that we've done, we've obviously redone a toilet block, we've refurbed it, we've put new field drains in, we've completely kind of transformed what was there originally. And we now employ up to 20 local people, all local people from Edale and from the surrounding villages. So one of the things I'm most proud of is the cafe, and I know John Keeley helped sort of agree the extension, and we've put a lovely extension there which has enabled us to put a commercial kitchen in. Previously it was a very small kitchen which you really couldn't do anything with, whereas now the commercial kitchen means we can actually provide really good food. We've managed to get an excellent chef as well who's brilliant, and it's really exciting. All the local farmers that I went to school with in primary school in Edale, they're now providing me with local beef and local lamb and local pork. So for the first time ever, we've got local Edale produce, reared in Edale, being sold in the shop and being sold in the cafe. So for me, it's something I've wanted to do for years. I mean, the two pubs in Edale, they're both owned by a big out-of-town pub company, so they do nothing local. It's microwave meals and it's deep fat fried chips. You know, and I've wanted to do something better for all my life, really. And we're finally getting there. The only restriction I have is that to close at 8 it's just not long enough to do really good meals in the evenings. When I applied for my alcohol licence, I asked for it to be restricted to 9:30, because with a campsite we say no noise after 10. That's our cut-off point. So I don't want anyone leaving the cafe gone 10 being noisy, because it would, that would detract from the whole kind of camping experience too. So I don't want that. So all we want is an extension until 10, so I can just let people have a meal, have a decent meal, locally sourced, we link up with all the beer's local, Intrepid from Brough. The wine is local, it's from Hathersage. There's a Hathersage winery now, which is good. It's great wine as well. I mean, it's really worth, and these are, honestly, the vines are grown just above Hathersage, and they're really good. So I mean, everything we do is local, and we're going to put veg beds in. We want everything to be kind of food miles to plate is our kind of thing, and we want everything to be literally produced on site. So yeah, all I'd like is just extension till 10, so I can, instead of trying to rush people out by 8, which is it's just too early for an evening meal. I mean that's what I want really. That's what I'd like from you guys.
Thank you very much indeed. Members. Andrew McCloy, David Chapman.
Chair, I'm happy to support this and to move this. The key issue is obviously the amenity impact on near neighbours. I think the suggestion from officers is very sensible in terms of limiting the opening of the eastern side, eastern terrace. My question is, how easy would that be to actually manage to enforce? Will it rely on the good management of the owner, or are there any other ways that we can make sure that's enforced?
Yes, you're right. Because of a resource issue, we do rely largely for nearly all of our conditions on the good management of the owner. We've heard from the applicant today. I've no overall concerns. We're not going to be rushing out there all the time. We'll also be kept honest by the local neighbours, I'm sure. And if there is a problem, then our monitoring enforcement team would have to go and speak to the owner. But I doubt that will happen
Yeah,
given
so,
the...
Chair, in that case, I'll move this, and I think the owner's got the message that we very much support it, but that restriction on the Eastern Terrace has to be adhered to on an ongoing basis to maintain good community relations.
I've got David Chapman next.
Yes, Chair, as an ex-Edale boy, and having known the Jackson family for a long time, I can give an excellent character recommendation. And just to add that if he did try anything, his mother had come down on him like a ton of brick.
That you will appreciate is on the record. It's going to be... It is now in the airwaves. Right, I've had a proposer and seconder for this. I don't think I've got any more speakers. All those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's all. That is carried. Thank you very much for coming and telling us about your proposal. Thank you.
If we're having a members' tour, this might be a good place to go on that tour.
Well,
I didn't say we were eating there. I said it might be a good place to go.
we've a long way to go before we get there, Kath, so we'll worry about it. Anyway, thank you very much indeed. I'm now moving on to agenda item 9, which is the railway bridge at Hathersage Road, Hathersage.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is myself again. So this is a full application for minor revision design of bridge modification works previously consented through the Network Rail Hope Valley Capacity Order at Spittlehouse Bridge, known as Bridge number 25, north of the A6187, just outside Hathersage. The application site is there on the screen behind me. You have the main Hathersage to Sickleholme Road here, the A6187, and approximately halfway between those 2 points, you have this minor private access which leads off the main road underneath the Hope Valley Railway line, which runs across here and leads up to a property called Cunliffe House, about 180 metres just to the north of the bridge. This little lane also serves a single dwelling, Lillybrook, before you get to the bridge. And the bridge is a classic stone bridge carrying the twin lines of the Hope Valley line. And as some members will know, consent has been granted for effectively a lay-by, a train lay-by called a passing loop that's situated between Hathersage and Bamford, which is under construction at the moment following the Transport and Works Act order, which will allow slow trains to pull into that passing loop and allow faster trains past, thereby increasing capacity on the line. During the since that was consented, during the sort of the detailed design phase, the operator has identified an issue with an oil pipeline which runs underneath this structure. The original consented design was for a boxed concrete section which would have prevented access for any future maintenance of the oil pipeline on the ground of it. So that has necessitated an alternative design, which I'll go through in a moment. So that's the reason for the amendment application. So this is the side of the bridge looking up from the main road. You just get a glimpse of this between existing landscaping. So this side doesn't change at all in the proposal. This is the bridge on the other side, very similar. You can see it's got gritstone detailing to the wing walls, I'll call them, that retain the embankment, and the actual decking is a concrete deck across that area. And this is looking sideways. See the deck there, the existing wing walls, and you can just see the machinery now that's building up the embankment to carry this new passing loop line. They've almost reached this point. So just a wider view showing the bridge. This is a very much a private elevation. There's no public access to this side. The only people who see this side of the bridge are the residents and visitors to Cunliffe House. And it's not visible in the wider landscape. So looking at the consented design then, this is the aerial view. The existing wing walls are here, and these were new wing walls which would be formed, and they were to be clad with reclaimed stone from the existing ones, so they had a very similar appearance. Just a little bit more detail there. I won't dwell on this too much. In elevation terms then, you had the existing wing walls which were then subsumed by this development, this new taller wall to hold the larger embankment with the additional line there, all clad in stone with the capping in stone and the same sort of newel post, for want of it, or post at the end. So it would had a very similar appearance to the existing, I won't dwell on that, so a very similar appearance to the existing bridge, albeit with these larger wing walls with a concrete deck between the two. But as I say, that can't be constructed that way now because it obscures the oil pipeline, which is a piece of critical infrastructure. So the revised proposal is to have a piled concrete supporting structure either side to carry the new bridge deck, and these concrete piles would extend out to hold back the larger embankments, and these would be capped by a single concrete capping beam, to call it, which would tie all those individual piles together and give the structural strength to hold back the embankment. So you would have the existing stone wing walls would remain in situ in this revised scheme. Underneath the bridge they would be cut down slightly to provide the clearance, and either side you'd have these concrete piles. Below the capping beam they would be clad in gritstone, but there is a requirement from the engineers for safety reasons that the beam not be clad in stone for reasons of inspection of a critical safety nature. We have, you said in report, we have secured and had agreement now from the operator that whilst they can't clad it in stone, they have agreed that they will be able to improve the appearance of that concrete beam so it has the appearance of stone using form liners and colouring or etching the concrete. So although it's one structural piece, it would have the appearance of stone and blend far more appropriately into that setting. Alongside that change, the bridge deck itself has changed to a metal bridge deck, very similar to the one over the main road on the approach into Hathersage. They've agreed to that rather than being the plain grey, painted dark green, and the railings which need to go down either side of this capping beam sit on top of that. They would be dark green as well, again to underplay. So you'd have the existing wing walls, these new wing walls, all in natural stone to match, and then this beam would be treated to look like a natural stone beam. The other issue of concern for local people alongside the appearance, and this is more of a concern for the people operating machinery to the farm and land, etc., was the clearance underneath the existing bridge. Neighbours were concerned that if it was widened, it would then impinge on the overall height. But the operator has assured us and provided a separate drawing which shows that there'd be no reduction in height, and that minimum height that they enjoy at the moment is retained. So in terms of appearance, this is a visualisation which shows the existing wing walls left in situ, the stone-clad ones. This is the capping beam which would have an improved appearance, and rather than looking grey like this, the fencing and the metal bridge deck would all be in a dark green. So with those conditions and adoption of that improved appearance to be agreed by condition chair, it's recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Nick Williams. Is he here? Yes, hello. You're obviously familiar with our rules, are you?
No, I'm not. First time here, but
Well,
I've watched...
You came with confidence and switched this machine on.
I've watched the others.
You have 3 minutes to address us.
Thank you very much. You've got a busy agenda. I will be brief. As we said, I'm Nick Williams. I live at Cunliffe. I therefore own, with my wife, the drive. We have sheep, we have horses, we have 2 holiday lets adjacent to our house at the top of the drive. The bridge is currently closed and has been since the middle of March. It is our only access and egress from the property. We're currently using what they call their Hall Road, which you saw in the photograph, or a bit of it, which goes across our fields and then onto the neighbouring farmers' fields, and we join on with, you see to the left as you look there, we go out there. This will go on until the bridge is completed, which is scheduled. It is running very late, and it's going to be even later now, in November. So the sooner the bridge is built, the better. So, I accept the bridge. I don't like the design, but I'm very grateful to the officers for mitigating that dreadful... If you look at it there, then look at the drawing that you saw before, the schematic drawing. There is no comparison. That is a motorway bridge. However, they're mitigating that. I accept that. My main concern, and I note in your pack that the builders, and we work very closely not with Network Rail, but with their agents, with the actual people on site who are great. They say that the bridge level, the height, will not be reduced. What they will not take on board, and this goes back, they've known about the pipeline since 2015 when we first went to public inquiry. They do not accept that by coming out 3.7 metres wider, which they have to do for the extra railway, for the railway line, you've then got a 45 to 50 degree gradient going up. Any big wagon coming underneath starts going up there and it's going to catch. Horse lorries always catch at the moment. As soon as they start going up, a decent sized horse lorry takes its air vents off. Our septic tank vehicle can just get underneath. Luckily, when it goes down, it's full and it's lower. But that is it. The original bridge design, the one they've changed, and they knew about this pipeline, we've told them about it, they've known about it, gave 4.1 metres clearance. This, they claim, is 3.8, but the drawing says 3.76. We are talking inches. I would ask that we have to have the bridge. I accept that. The sooner it's built, the better, and we can get back to normality. We cannot get our vehicles up under with that incline if it's kept at this. And I'd ask that we look at perhaps 3.9 or 4 metres clearance. Thank you.
I think the point is understood. Can I have a comment on that point?
I've raised this in discussion with the...
Could you turn off your...
I'm off.
That's okay, thank you.
Yes, that... Yeah, I've raised that specifically with the applicant's agent, and I've received a categoric assurance that the existing height will not be compromised in this proposal. They'll have the same clearance that they enjoy at the moment.
Well, see, I think the point that's being made here is slightly different from that. You've got the existing height there, and on the present bridge you've got it there, but if you've got a slope going up and you extend the width of the bridge, then it gets narrower. That's the point.
Yeah, well, I've got it's not in this presentation, unfortunately, because it's quite a detailed drawing which shows a cross-section through the site and that height being maintained. I asked for that to be totally assured that there'd be no reduction in height, because I raised that absolute same issue of a longer vehicle going through, whilst the front bit might get through, as it rises up, the back would catch. Just drawing attention to the point made by the speaker here, and had that assurance and that backed up by the drawing. and that they are committed to maintaining that height.
And
we can put a condition on for the avoidance of all doubt.
Because it's not just the
and
height of the
linked to
bridge,
that-
is it? It's,
linked to
it's,
those
the,
drawings.
it's the thickness of the tarmac that might go underneath it and all sorts. I think it does need a condition which says that at no point under this bridge is the height to be less than whatever it is. Did you have a figure?
It was 4.1 metres. It's been reduced in this design to 3.8 metres, which is a foot lower.
I mean, there is another calculation, isn't there, which is that a vehicle of a certain sort requires that amount of clearance, and I don't know what.
I don't have that. I do have some pictures which show our vehicles going just about getting through.
Yeah.
And our certainly a post knocker that we have is over 13 foot. That won't get underneath it. But that's, you know.
I don't want to put a specific number in. We've got a drawing. I think we're much better, because I've not measured the existing bridge height. There might be some dispute about the precise height, so I'd much rather we say that there's no reduction from what it is at the moment, and to link it to the drawing I've got, which demonstrates that with the rising ground as you leave that.
I'll come
bridge.
back to that word. I've got one or two members wanting to speak. Mike Chaplin.
Chair, I'm not an expert, but isn't it more about the incline it meets at the Huncliffe end?
Yeah, it is, yes.
That if it's progressively steeper by having extended the bridge northwards.
Yes. No, I think that's exactly
and
the point.
that's why there's a problem. So we need something about the depth of that roadway, not only under the bridge, but also for several metres as you come out the other side to the north.
This is not something we're going to be able to resolve immediately here, because it requires some precise measurement and some precise understanding of what the issues are. Might I suggest that we agree in principle, if you like, to the design of the bridge here now, and authorise the officers in consultation with Ken and I to come up with a specific condition which addresses these concerns. And can we please make sure that that condition is shared with Mr. Williams as well as with the applicant, so that we all get agreement as to what it is? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Chair, I can show you the drawing after this meeting.
Well, it's not a matter of showing the drawing, it's a matter of getting it. There is an operational problem that Mr. Williams has, and we must meet that problem, because he doesn't have it now, and he will have it in the future if we don't get this right. So it's not just a matter of looking at the plans, it's actually getting a condition, because for the future, some fool will come along with a load of tarmac and it's gone up half an inch and you never know where it's going to end up. So it needs to be... Andrew?
Yes, Chair, on that basis, I'm happy to move it. Just also to say that I think, like Mr. Williams and others, this design is incredibly urban
yes, it
for
is.
a national park, and it's not sympathetic at all. But for the expediency of actually getting it done, I agree. Let's move on and pass it now. But with officers' clear instruction, let's try and get the best deal out of this as possible for Mr. Williams.
We do need to be sure about that. Andrew Hart.
Yeah, it's not a time for us to be a little bit woolly on this.
No.
We don't want to go sleepwalking into it. I'm concerned that we should at least make sure that it's no worse for Mr. Williams than it is now. If we approve something that will make it worse, and it's the incline and the exit that worries me, from the point of view that please, let's be very succinct about this, that it should not be worse for him. Vehicles, Chair, don't get smaller these days, they just get bigger. So he's got a certain amount of clearance at the moment, he's got a certain percentage incline and exit out. let's make sure we're precise about it and not woolly. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure whether I have a proposal. Andrew has sort of proposed it. I'll second it. Can we proceed on that basis? We need to be very precise about what we're agreeing here. So I think if we do it in consultation with Ken and I, and with Mr. Williams, and obviously with the applicant, to get it absolutely right so that there's no disadvantage here. Okay.
Could I just make one point? If we've actually given an official approval, we want to make sure that the applicant doesn't just go ahead on that basis. We don't want any misunderstanding. I mean,
no.
Is there some way we can put a condition that it's imperative to discuss the would you call it an amendment or a condition prior to anything at all happening?
Well, I think that's what we're saying.
Is that?
I think that is effectively what we're saying.
Yeah.
We're not issuing any approval until we are absolutely satisfied that all of the present convenience that Mr. Williams has will be continued.
I just didn't want somebody in head office somewhere saying, "Oh look, we've got approval. Get on with it, lads." and you know.
It is a matter of precise measurement.
We have that details, that assurance, and we have that detailed plan already, so we can do that very quickly, Chair.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. I hope that helps you a little bit. But I don't know where it'll end up, but let's hope it. Oh, you were proposing it. Was that seconded? And all those in favour? Sorry, I missed that bit out in the excitement. Right, okay. Yes. Is it unanimous?
Unanimous.
Yes. Right, the next application I have is agenda item 10, page 87. It is the agricultural workers' dwelling extension in Hollingsclough. We've got a change of personnel. Mark is joining us. We did do a site visit yesterday, which I think was very helpful. Okay, Steve.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is for an extension to an agricultural workers' dwelling at Hollingsclough. The application is application site is a converted barn in an isolated, as you can see in the plan there, an isolated and exposed position. It's around 240 metres northeast of Hollingsclough hamlet. And the building's adjacent to a narrow lane between Hollingsclough and Longner, and you can see on the image here as well that there's a byway open to all traffic that runs past the site as well. So this shows the application site as existing at the moment. So you can see the road running here to the south. This is the right of way which goes up towards Crome Hill and Parkhouse Hills, and the dwelling itself is here within its curtilage, and you'll see on the following slides the layout, and that's as proposed. So the site itself is unchanged, and to the rear there's a two-storey gabled projection proposed off the rear of the former barn. So moving on to the photographs, that's the front elevation of the barn. So I should say the dwelling, the former barn, with Crome Hill behind. And so you can see it's in a fairly iconic landscape setting here. And you can see the lean-to as existing at the side of the barn. The building gained permission for conversion in 2016, and it's been converted sensitively. Most of the openings are original and retained. The lean-to was partially rebuilt and re-roofed at that time as well, and that was an existing structure before though. The smaller building you can see at the side here, that's an honesty shop in the applicant's control. It's currently unauthorised, but the applicant's in some discussions with the authority about that already. So there's a side view showing the lean-to, and here's the rear elevation, which you can see at the moment is unextended. Clear view of the front. And we have some that show it in its wider setting again, so you can see the relative isolation of the building. Despite the conversion, which has been done sensitively, the building does still retain a strong agricultural character and makes a good contribution to the important landscape here in terms of representing the historic development and farming of the area. And then we have a few more of these from different sides. So in terms of the proposals themselves, if I get onto the plan, so this is the existing ground floor. And as proposed, so this would be the extension off the back. At ground floor, it provides a farm office, and then the existing first floor, and as proposed, it provides a further bedroom. And the existing elevations, the front elevation's unchanged, of course. And this is where the change occurs. So you have this two-storey gable projecting from the rear of the building. And it projects by just over 3.6 metres in total. So if I just go back to leave you on a photograph, perhaps. So as I said, the building is a converted barn. It's an agricultural worker's dwelling that's tied to the land around it. The farm buildings themselves are closer to Hollinsclough village. And it's these circumstances really that the applicant feel justify the extension. With it being an agricultural worker's dwelling, they have a growing family. It's more difficult for them to move than it would be if it was an open market dwelling. Of course, it's tied to the land holding and the land that they are operating. The view from officers is that we've given some weight to that, and we have discussed alternatives with the applicant, including a modest lean-to off the rear of the building. But that would only, of course, provide accommodation at ground floor, which from the applicant's point of view isn't suitable for their child's bedroom in their view. Our concerns stem from the character of the buildings that exists and the impacts that this development would have upon that. The actual overall size and form of development, if this was a building that has the original character of a house rather than a barn, would be acceptable ordinarily. However, it's a form and type of development which would significantly domesticate this building in a very sensitive landscape. And for those reasons, we consider it would be harmful to both the character of the built environment in terms of the building, the historic character of the building, and the landscape character of the area. And for those reasons, the application is recommended for refusal, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We have two speakers. The first one is Councillor Mrs. Jill Heath. If you would like to...
Could I go second?
What?
Could I speak second?
Oh, yes, if you want to, certainly, by all means.
I'll speak second. Because some of I say might be already said.
You press the long button in front of you, and with luck a little light will come on, but it hasn't come on yet, so have another go.
I'll try and get it all in.
There you are. It's in
Thank
now.
you.
Right, you have 3 minutes to
Yeah,
address
it's
it.
not a long time. The committee report I found was very negative towards the proposal. Similarly to the original proposal, where it was very, very negative, that was recommended for refusal on grounds of impact on landscape and building, but it was approved at committee. Now they say it's an attractive converted barn, even though they didn't want it in the first place. The building isn't particularly historic. It was a field barn rebuilt in the current location. Before the applicants converted it, it was called New Building. The permission for the conversion was not to preserve a heritage asset, but to reuse an existing vacant building. Now they're considering it a heritage asset, which makes it harder for the extension. The extension is sized, not unreasonably, to the recommended minimum area in the nationally prescribed space standards for a twin room, which is 11.5 square metres. It's located at the rear of the property, not in the corner, subservient, and built with the same materials and detailing as the existing building, all in line with National Park design guidelines. It's a good setting with Crome Hill in the background, but that important view up there won't change as the extension is behind the building. The house will still have the character of an isolated form in the countryside, and the landscape area character will not be affected. We feel, however, that the committee report completely misses the whole point of the application. Mark mentioned it then, but it's not in the report very much, that it's an agricultural workers' dwelling, and because of that, they can't move. We also submitted a need appraisal by an agricultural consultant as part of the application, which hasn't been mentioned. The house has got 2 bedrooms. They now have 2 children so far. Soon they'll grow out of it, hence the reason for needing the extension. If the application gets refused, what are the options for the Hudson family? If they can't sell because it's an agricultural tie, is it acceptable for Peak Park to subject them to a substandard quality of accommodation or restrict the number of children they have? I don't think so. The planners have suggested a small single bedroom at ground floor, but that's just not practical or safe. Their only option, without an extension, would be to move out of the property they've invested financially and emotionally in. There are no appropriate houses available in the village to move to, so they'd have to apply for a new agricultural workers' dwelling at the farm. However, that's not affordable without selling Vicarage Barn. Approval will be needed to remove the agricultural tie. If it comes to it, we need your support for those approvals. As a 2-storey extension proposed to an existing barn conversion, we appreciate the difficulties in complying with design policy, especially as much is subjective. However, as an essential dwelling, there is no option other than to extend, and any perceived harm caused by the extension can be mitigated and justified by the extenuating circumstances. The extension is essential in ensuring the house is fit for purpose and they can continue living there and meet the needs of the farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. If you'd like to resume your seat, then Councillor Heath can take hers.
Thank you, Chairman. Morning, everyone. It is just about still morning. Oh.
You've turned it off now.
Oh, right. I couldn't see the red. Sorry about that. Yes, I think some of that I've written has already been said more adequately than I can say it. But I'd just like to say that it is a small, modest extension. The applicants have got a boy and a girl growing up. I think children need a bedroom of their own. You know, we're in the 21st century now. We're not in the Dark Ages. And to try and split up the existing very tiny bedrooms, because there's so very few windows in the barn, because they converted it as they were asked to do and didn't increase that, you'd have no air, no ventilation, no, you know, natural light. And I don't think that is acceptable today. I really don't. And the family does need to be there for animal welfare. They're dairy farmers. They've got to be there 7 days a week, milking cows twice a day. I think Dad is still involved, but as a parent, a farming parent, you have to move out, make way for the young ones, and you can't physically do the work anyway, so the young ones have to be on site all the time. The main concerns, as I've read the report, on the policies relate to the heritage and the age and the barn. Now, I've got here the Field Barns of the Peak District book, and New Barn is actually on the cover. If you turn to page 30, I may be preaching, you know, to, yeah, you may know more about the barns than I do. But there was a lady called Betty Goldstone when I was first a councillor. She was a stalwart. Anyone who knows Hollinsclough and knows the history of Hollinsclough would have known Betty. She was the village. And she's written in this photograph about the new building. And the land then belonged to her father. And she describes the building. And the barn used to be in the middle of the big meadow. It was taken down and rebuilt. So actually, that's how it's called, New Barn. So actually, it's not an historical building. It's been taken down and rebuilt. I don't know what year, but if you look at the pictures, you'll see the stonework is more of a modern day, not like some of the barns where they're all higgledy-piggledy. And I'm quite happy to send this book round and let you have a look at it, because to me, do these policies actually apply? I do think there are occasions when policies can be bent a little bit, yes. I've sat here before and I've said we will keep without extensions if they can have the barn. But this is really small. You'll have noticed that yesterday on the site visit. And, you know, we need these houses. We need them to be lived in. Betty describes how her father used to milk there when foot and mouth was going in the 60s because he couldn't bring the cows home. But you don't they're not any use like that now. So yes, we've got the house, that's history. But can I show you, can I pass this around and look at page 30?
We don't normally allow that,
You don't like
Councillor
that?
Heath.
No, I know, but it was a try.
No, I think we take the point, and I think the discussion is about to start, and we'll see where that's going to
Okay,
go.
I'll throw it down and shut up.
I'd be grateful if you turn the machine off. Thank you very much. Right, members, we did do a site visit yesterday. Can I just say, by way of introduction, I do have a little bit of sympathy with the point made by Ms Hubble that the report itself doesn't really pick up the social and agricultural issues and trying to balance them against the design and other issues. I don't think that made very much difference to our discussions and thoughts yesterday, because I think we fully understand the point that's being made about the need for something. The question is about the design and what is the best way of meeting the need. I don't think we're disputing the need. Some members might. Those who were on the site visits yesterday, I don't think did. So I've got one or two. I've got Ken Smith and I've got David Chapman. I've got Kath Potter. And Andrew Hart. And I'm going to call one of them first so we can get on. Ken Smith.
I was going to say, was that my cue to start, Chair? Thank you very much. I've no issues about it's an agricultural dwelling. I recognise the agricultural need. I acknowledge what Jill particularly has said about the barn has been taken down and rebuilt and the rest of it. But nevertheless, it is called Vicarage Barn. It is seen, I think, in the landscape, and it is in an exposed position. And it's not. I take the point that the agent made, but it's seen from Crome Hill. It's seen in the middle of a landscape. It's seen by people as a barn that's been converted. Now, trying to balance that against the authorities' obligation, which we've rehearsed already, about conserving the character and setting of structures like this, it just seems to me that if this went ahead as it is proposed, then it does become a house in the landscape. It loses from views from the north, from Crome Hill, its appearance of a barn that sits isolated in the landscape and has been converted to a dwelling. Now, that notwithstanding, in the context of the family need, the business need, the farming need, I recognise that there's an opportunity here to do something and something needs to be done. My suggestion would be that we actually need to revisit this this proposal, Chair, and that we need to look at other options. One of them might be to raise the lean-to on the one end, the right-hand end from the front, into a first floor. Now, having rehearsed some of this yesterday on site, I recognise that the internal arrangement of the building might not be most appropriate for doing that. The other suggestion that again was made on site yesterday is whether in fact it's possible to extend the building at the other end, the left-hand end, as we were looking at the front elevation. If slightly set back in the same way that the lean-to extension is, it would be readily observable from some positions as an extension to the existing building. It wouldn't be unusual in the context of a Peak District barn to have an extension, which if it was constructed of the same material, the same quoins, would look as if it was an appropriate extension in that direction. So it does seem to me that there are possibilities that could be explored, that perhaps need to be explored in order to maintain this building as it appears currently in the landscape, rather than have it appear more as being just any old dwelling in the middle of an open landscape. And I think that we need to consider that in the context of the obvious and apparent needs. So I'll stop at that point, Chair.
I've got David Chapman next.
I'm going to kick off, Chair, by moving this for approval. I think I didn't find the approval as it stands. I didn't find that the extension will be one thing in its favour, will be facing away from the footpath. That won't be seen. The outline of the right angled extension won't be so blatantly obvious against the backdrop of the existing house, and I think taking into consideration, I mean, the paradigm of agriculture is changing in this country. It needs the support, it needs the help to get people who will be available for this, who are working on this farm, who are there when anything occurs to help with emergency, anything like that. And I think that socio-economic part outweighs any other observation. So I'll move it for approval, Chair.
Well, you're down to speak next, Kath, so I've noted your seconding. You wanted to speak. I do, please, yes. Your turn.
Right. For a long time now, I've been on the National Park 26 years, and for a long time, more or less from when I came on this National Park, I've been perturbed over the lack of accommodation for our young, especially young farmers, children who want to continue, but can't stay in the area because of policies. And I wrote to my MP, and I'm going to read you. She took advice, and this is what I'm going to read from her. Supporting local communities and economies is an important part of our vision for protected landscapes, which we set out in response to the Landscapes Review. It is important to note that national park authorities already have a statutory duty to seek to foster the social and economic well-being of the local communities within the national park. We will support our national park authorities to discharge these existing duties effectively and consistently through government guidance to ensure a consistent approach to the economic and social well-being of local communities. We also recognise the fundamental importance of affordable housing in maintaining the vitality of rural communities. We want to make sure that people can stay in the communities where they grew up, close to friends, family and jobs, and that key workers are able to live in the communities they serve. While the National Planning Policy Framework affords important protections to our national parks, it also requires that planning policies and decisions should be responsive to local circumstances and support housing developments that reflects local needs. I'll stop there, but I'm glad to second it.
Right, thanks. Next I have Andrew Hart.
Chair, I'd be really feel very bad about turning this one down. I've seen in my 7 years on this authority, not as long as Kath, but several years, I've seen a lot of barns. They've been, again, demolished, rebuilt in another location before the park was invented. They've had built in the 19th century, added on in the 20th, early part, the later part 20th century, and then they've got a 21st century application come in. And I've seen all sorts of barns. This one is been rebuilt in a more modern vernacular. And they've done a very good job when they applied to get this done in the way that they've done it. Again, I've seen, rear extensions to 19th century barns that have perhaps been done in the 20th century. And I've seen a number of those in going round. I don't have a problem with this because I'm very happy with the aspect of the need, and it's a decision-making process that we do in an interpretation. And I'm not going to use the word common sense because it'll end up in next month's minutes. But I think that this doesn't spoil the eye. It's not an outrageous plan. I've seen other barns just like it that it's gone through this room before. So I'm inclined on the, how can I put it? On the way that it's been done, I'm inclined to support it. I think it's got a lot going for it. And I also think that when it comes down to it, the need outweighs, and it's the interpretation of the regulations and rules that we work by. And that's why we're here, to interpret those rules. So I'm going to give it my support.
Okay, I've got Andrew McCloy next.
Well, I've only been a member 12 years, not Kath's long time. I've met that same Member of Parliament who's a minister and taken her around the park and explained that we do take the socio-economic duty really seriously. But as the 1949 Act lays out, we carry out that duty in response to the purposes and the two purposes that underpin the national park do speak of landscape value, do speak of built heritage value, and we must be guided by that. It is a balancing act, and this is all about weighting, and it's a difficult one, and it's played out in planning committees so often. So on the one hand, I do agree with officers. It's an exposed, it's a sensitive location. The building does have vernacular merit. Yes, it's been rebuilt. I accept all of that. But on the other, it's really important that we do what we can to maintain it as a family unit, and we understand the needs of the applicants, especially in this case an agricultural workers dwelling, and the limitation that poses as well. So I was on site yesterday, and like Ken, I thought, well, are there other options, such as developing maybe the property to the side? But we've got the application before us that we have here, and we've got to take it on its merits. So it's a finely balanced one, but at the end of the day, the national park is about people, and it's about next generation. I'm undecided which way I'll go on this, but I can see the merits both ways. I think officers have produced a report that does reflect the purposes that drive our authority, but at the same time, I agree, Kath, there is an economic and socio-economic duty that we have to recognise as well, and that ultimately the park has to be lived in and looked after. This is it's a difficult balancing act, Chair.
Can I raise an issue? If we were minded to approve this, can we go back onto the designs of the building itself? I think it's the elevations we probably need to look at most.
So that's the rear as proposed. You've got the first floor gable window only.
Yeah. I mean, if we were to, can I just start with that one? For example, the French windows there don't particularly reflect barn architecture, if I can put it that way around. Are there, if members were reminded to go down the line of the motion, are there improvements that we could achieve to that extension that would make it more acceptable in your eyes? I think that's my question.
Beyond the obvious ones of significant reduction in sort of height and things, which would then compromise what you were looking to approve if you were to go that way, we would be down to, I think really you've picked out the main one there, Chair, would be that French door, in terms of if I can find the floor plans as proposed. There's a full height opening proposed on the opposite side where you can see the window into that space anyway, so that could be a single width opening, and it would light that space internally perfectly well.
I mean, would it be possible to approve it on the basis that another solution to that window is found, or would you have to negotiate that first?
I think we could be specific on that if we could just reduce it to... it looks like they want to maintain access into the building from that side. So we could just reduce it to a single door by condition if members felt that was appropriate.
Any other members? Well, we have it proposed. And have you got any suggested conditions then, apart from that would be added to it if it was to be approved?
The conditions would be the normal ones relating to period of commencement, adopting the plans, and just design details to make sure that the materials and finishes match those of the existing barn.
Okay. Well, on that basis, haven't you? Well, we can vote against it if we want. David, give us your approval to those changes.
I approve.
Right, on that basis, all those in favour of the motion to approve this application subject to those conditions and alterations. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Those against? 2. And 1 abstention.
Thank you very much, Committee and Chairman.
Okay. Right, I'm now on agenda item 11, which is the Old Chapel in Heathcote, Hartington, page 97 of our agendas. Mark, it's you again. I think we can
Thanks, Chair. This application is for a single-storey extension to the dwelling house now known as the Old Chapel at Heathcote in Hartington. The application is a residential dwelling. It's a converted former Methodist chapel dating from the 19th century. It's located within Heathcote, roughly 1.5 kilometres east of Hartington village. The property is recorded on the Derbyshire Historic Environment Record as a former 19th century Wesleyan Methodist chapel, later used by the Primitives, and it's now a private residence, as I said. Prior to being converted into residential use in the 90s, the building was most recently used as an agricultural storage building for a nearby farm. I'll discuss that a little bit more as we go through the slides. So you can see the application site in red there. It's at the southern end of Heathcote hamlet. This is a photo from within the front garden of the property, slightly obscured there by some of the foliage, but you can see the main building to the right there. It's a modest building overall, and with a lean-to extension on the left-hand side as you look at it there. You can see there's sort of blue-painted what appear to be garage doors there, but there's actually already residential accommodation behind there. That's the applicant's kitchen is behind there. And there's a view from the road where you can see the arched opening of the central door more clearly, and the symmetry of the building. And there's the view from the road of the rear, so you can see the lean-to extension to the right-hand side now, and you can see the other arched openings, which are obviously reflective of its former use. And another from the rear to the other side. And this is a photograph of the building as it stood when it was in agricultural use. You can see it at the bottom of the photograph there. Can you see my cursor on the screen? Yeah. So it's this building here, and you can see at that time it had been altered from its original state when it was taken into agricultural use. So at that time, a wide opening had been punched into the gable, and an extension had been added to the side that actually projected forward of the main building. And it was as part of the conversion back to residential use that the authorities secured what we consider to be improvements to the building to restore that former character. So the opening in the gable was blocked up, and this forward projecting extension was replaced by the lean-to extension, which sits back from the principal elevation as it exists now. So this is the floor plan as existing. So this is the front here. So that was where you see the garage door. In effect, is sort of a faux door with a wall behind. And as proposed, that wall comes out, and an extension projects roughly 3 metres forward of the main building. And that's the roof plan of the same. The existing side, and there you can see single story projecting forward of the principal elevation. And this is the other side. So the lean-to roof that exists at the moment is maintained. That then projects forward, and the reason it doesn't run so high, as you'll see on the front elevation, is that this front section here is actually a pitched roof, so it gets halfway and then it drops back away on the other side, as you'll see when I show you the front there. So there we go. So this where this section is dropping down, this is the section that is forward of the building. So in terms of the impacts of the development, the building itself, as I said, has been restored and converted to recover its original character to a large extent. It's a very modest building. It's simply and symmetrically detailed, other than the lean-to extension that's now there, which itself was a compromise at the time of conversion, given what was in place before conversion. Its significance arises as a heritage asset, I suppose, or at least as a building of previous historic use. Because of that use, it's obviously representative of the former religious activity at the site and in the settlement. But the remaining significance is architectural, really. As I say, it's a modest building. It maintains its simple form and character, and that sense of symmetry as well. Our design guidance is clear on any building that it's rarely appropriate to extend forward to the principal elevation. It serves to compete with it, and it also complicates the form of the building as well. And we feel that all of those criteria apply here, and as a result, this extension would be harmful to the character and appearance of the building, and for that reason, it's recommended for refusal, Chair.
Thank you very much. I have one speaker, Mr. Richard Evans.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. I am Richard Evans, I was the architect, and I'm a director at Ellis Hillman Partnership Limited, and we are acting as agents on behalf of our clients. Just as a bit of context, our clients moved into the area about 14 months ago to be closer to their daughter and grandchildren and live in Harper Hill. The application was submitted to seek approval for a small extension to the front of the property, and this extension would increase the size of the existing small kitchen, providing a small seating area giving views of their garden. Just touching on the reasons for refusal, essentially the application has been refused in terms of its form and massing, the fact that it is not simple in form, and the harm that it might cause to the existing heritage asset. We, as part of the application, we had a heritage assessment undertaken. So I'd just like to read an extract from the heritage assessment, please, which is, subject to the proposed extension being low-key and simple in form so that it represents an unobtrusive feature that does not compete with the main facade of the building, and that it was of high-quality design and materiality, it would not intrude negatively into experiences of the historic chapel, nor preclude the ability to understand and appreciate its key architectural, archaeological and historical values. So really the crux of this comes down to whether the committee members believe that this is low-key in form and scale, whether it is simple in plan, or whether they believe it has a detrimental impact on the heritage asset. In terms of the form, the building will be low-key and simple in form. The size of the building, it will protrude 3 metres forward from the elevation, and it's 4 metres wide. The eaves height of the proposed buildings are similar to that of the eaves height of the existing single-storey extension. They are over 2 metres lower than the eaves height of the principal building. So we believe that the extension, even though it protrudes forward, is still clearly subservient in scale and does not in any way dominate the parent, the host building. And we feel that the host building still maintains that dominance, and we don't believe that it detracts from it. As you will have noticed when you were on site yesterday, and one of the pictures showed, there is a boundary wall along the road, and in actual reality, a lot of the views as you're walking up the road are limited by existing wall, hedges and shrubs. The only real place that you can read the two elevations, ideally one against the other, is at the end of our client's garden, where there was a picture shown. And as you can see at the moment, there is a garage door on the single side extension, which we believe actually has more of a detrimental effect on the ability to read this as a former religious building than our extension would do so. If you were viewing the building from the back of the garden, you would still see the host building with its beautifully symmetry and its central door and its 2 windows, and the single-storey side extension would still read as a single-storey side extension, and the relationship wouldn't be changed. The other view, where you would see and compare the two, would be from the road edge, where you were standing in front of the gable elevation, and there was an image there where you could see the side elevation. That gable elevation is completely unoriginal. As you can see on the historic building, there was formerly an agricultural opening there. That entire gable has been rebuilt. There are now 2 arch windows, and we believe that those arch windows again suggest that this is now a residential building. And again, some of the character of the former historical and religious building have been lost as a result. The building should be built with high quality design and materials, just referring back to the heritage assessment again. The building will be constructed in similar high quality materials, limestone rubble walls, hardwood timber frame windows, feature stone windowsills and heads, with modest window openings that are clearly subservient in appearance when compared to the tall window arch windows and door of the front elevation, but also match the existing openings in appearance of scale of those that are on the building as it stands at the moment.
Mr. Evans, I think I'm going to ask you to sort of wind up, if I may.
Okay, fine. In addition to this, proposed extension will result in the removal of the garage door. So just to summarise then, as the building's custodians, my clients are very keen to preserve any remaining heritage. However, as you can clearly see from the historic photo, a lot of what the original part of the building has been lost. Sorry.
I think that's probably... We did do a site visit yesterday.
Okay, fine.
I think we understand the issues and points you're making.
Yeah, sorry, just one final point, if you will, that this was supported entirely by the parish council, and their comments were it's a small building for a dwelling, the plans are in keeping...
I think we have those in front of us.
Okay, very well, Chair.
Please,
Thank you very much.
Right, members, anyone wish to contribute to this discussion? I was hoping that was going to be you, Ken.
Somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb, I suppose. I've listened closely to what the applicant's representative has said, and I recognise some of the issues that he has outlined, but nevertheless, I think we're still looking at a building, albeit oriented at right angles to the road, so its principal elevation isn't immediately obvious from the road, perhaps. If we are looking at an extension as proposed, it projects forward of that principal elevation and inevitably is going to detract from it. I think we're in a situation here where we are looking at the initial conversion of a building that was never intended to be used as a dwelling. And I think that's always going to raise problems for ourselves as a local planning authority, for people who wish to convert a building like this, and subsequent owners who may wish to extend it for reasons of scale, size, or whatever for their use. But I think we have to recognise that there are limits beyond which we shouldn't be considering extension because of the impact on the original building and the uses to which it was put, and which are reflected in its architecture, particularly given that, as has already been noted, that one gable has been rebuilt, but that elevation, the principal elevation, is as was. I think one of the things that this brought home to me on site yesterday was in the apex of the arched windows on both the principal front elevation and the rear elevation, you can see the timber joists of the first floor that have been inserted into the building. Now, okay, they're not immediately obvious, but the proposed extension would be that much more obvious. And I think that on this occasion, the officer recommendation is the appropriate one, and I do think that this shouldn't be enabled to proceed.
Thank you. Any other members? There were other members on the site visit yesterday who were able to see it. Andrew?
I broadly echo what Ken says. I was on the site visit yesterday, but I am struck by that archive photo, the aerial photo, which it is fascinating, and it just speaks to me again that even historic heritage buildings like chapels undergo quite a few different transformations and changes in time, from agricultural use to habitation, let alone the fact it was built as a place of worship originally. So, I mean, I think we've got to accept that changing use of these buildings comes with a need to have some leeway in terms of making sure they are habitable or fit for purpose. I'm going with the officer's recommendation here because, having been on site and looked at it carefully, I'm not convinced that the plans are entirely sympathetic to the host building. But nonetheless, I think there's probably a solution here down the line that is possibly a little bit less radical. But what we've got in front of us, I'll go with officers.
I'm Mike Chaplin.
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry I wasn't able to go on the site visit yesterday. But having seen other places of worship converted into dwellings, all the good ones I've seen, not just in the Peak District National Park, have maintained the frontages of the of the building, and I think putting something in front of that does undermine the reading of the building and what its former use was. It may not have been built as a dwelling to start with, but it is a house of God. So I just wanted to make that point to you, Ken. But I fully support where you and Andrew are coming from on this. And on this one, I feel minded to support the officer recommendation here.
Right. My own view, for what it's worth, is that by making use of the building that's there now, we're not getting the right proportions and appearance that could be achieved by a different sort of structure. If you go back in history and look at some of the old Methodist chapels and things that are across, a lot of them have rooms and things stuck on the back. And you've got to try and achieve that kind of feeling about it. And I personally will support Ken's motion myself. I think something better can be done here. Andrew Hart.
Chair, I agree. I'm like Mike, I've seen loads of chapels being converted, and this particular plan I don't think is appropriate. But I think there is a solution out there that could be explored, and something off the back perhaps would be probably better. So I have to sit there and say I agree with the officer's recommendation on this occasion.
Right. Well, we've had it. Have we had it proposed and seconded? We were proposing and seconded it. I'll put it to the vote. I'm anxious to move on because we've got a lot of other people wanting to talk to us during the meeting. So I put it to the vote now. All those in favour of refusing for the reasons set out in the report? That's unanimous. Oh, it wasn't? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, in that case, you're abstaining. Sorry, it's not quite unanimous. We'll now move on. The next item on the agenda is Upper Yeld Road, Bakewell, but we have no speakers on that. So I'm going to go on to the next one, which has speakers, which is the two car parks in Thorpe, which I take it will raise largely the same subject, but we'll start with the first one of those two, which is application 1122/1456. Agenda item, I'm just about to find it actually, 14 on page 127. And yes, you start.
Thank you, Chair. So this, as the Chair said, this is the first of two applications relating to car parks in Thorpe for the installation of solar-powered car park machines with associated bases and associated signage. Although, as most members will recall from last month, it's worth being aware that the signage is not subject to permission under this regime or this application. So the signage that you can see in the presentation here is indicative of what is proposed at the moment. So the application site here is 410 metres east of the nearest point of the conservation area, and you can see there that it's running at Narlow Lane car park. So there's a closer view of the car park. The signage is proposed, the meter and associated signage indeed would be proposed at the west side of the car park. And the car park itself, you can see has two accesses in off the adjacent road. And there's a view, you can see the access up at the top end of the photograph there. And a view from within the car park, looking back towards that same access at the top corner. And this is roughly the position of the installation within the car park. And again, a view back across it. So as you're looking at it here, signage is probably just out of shot, just at this end of the car park here. And views back towards that same end of the car park. And another one looking into it. So the signage would be just in there behind this hedge. And here's an example of an installation at you can see on the site. It's actually at Alsop Station car park. So that is the meter, as it would appear, and this is the signage that is proposed to be installed. And then just the plans and specifications for the meter themselves. Just go back to the site. So officers made an assessment of the impacts associated here. In the setting of the existing car park, we're comfortable that the visual and landscape impacts would be low and acceptable. The parish have raised concerns in this case regarding the impacts of charging in car parks in relation to pushing vehicles out of the car parks onto the road and causing issues for local residents in terms of parking and highway access. This is something that was raised at the last meeting as well in relation to the meter installation applications there too, and it's largely an authority issue. The meters have already been through or the application to charge and install the meters has already been through authority discussion and decision, and so these applications really are about how that is implemented. That said, we're not able to establish exactly what those impacts would be. The authority has resolved, and I think this was confirmed by someone from the property team during the last meeting, that those impacts will be monitored as the charging regime comes into place, and that the authority would look to take action as needed if problems were to arise. The application is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you very much. So Richard, are you going to be saying the same things on both of these applications? I mean, would it be helpful if I allowed the next one to be introduced and then we'll do them all at once? Is that all right by you? We are a bit ahead of our time, but you're the speaker. Yeah, that's fine. So would you like to introduce the other one and then we'll deal with them all together? We'll allow you a little bit of flexibility on the timetable. No, we're going to deal with, you present the next application and then we'll deal with the whole lot together.
Sorry, find my notes. So the application is for the same installation again at another car park within Thorpe. You can see the relationship. This was the previous site that we were looking at, and obviously this is the proposal area in red here. So this car park is adjacent to the Tissington Trail at Thorpe Station, and aside from the Tissington Trail, a further public right-of-way crosses the northern end of the car park as well, running across the trail. So you can see the installation here. In this case, it's actually up against an existing structure, which you'll see in the photographs as we go through. And this is the existing building here. You can see the access into the car park here. And this is the position that the meter and the signage would be in. Slightly more removed view of that same site. A view from the Tissington Trail itself, and coming the other way, coming from the north along the trail, looking towards the car park. There's no visibility actually at this point of the building that it would be next to. And then this is the same example that I showed you previously. So the considerations here are similar to those I've just rehearsed on the previous application, of course. If anything, the visual impacts here are further reduced with the meter and remainder of the installation being hard up against the existing shelter. And so we have no additional concerns here, and this application is also recommended for approval, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we have one speaker several times over, who's been here before. You're welcome to present it whichever way you want, obviously, but I think you'll probably be saying the same things.
Yeah. Okay, I won't hold you up too much, committee. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'm going to talk on behalf of Steve Woodall, who owns the bed and breakfast station house at Thorpe Car Park, and this is what he's asked me to read out for him. Statement against proposals 14 and 15. I object to the two proposals to make Narlows Lane and Thorpe Station Tissington Trail car parks in Thorpe paid car parks. These car parks keep many, many cars off the road and take the load off the National Trust car park in Dovedale. If charges are introduced at Narlows Lane and Thorpe Station, then visitors will inevitably conclude that they may as well park at Dovedale. You only have to look at the chaos caused when too many people tried to get into Dovedale after lockdown to see what may happen, and that's been well covered, as we all know. Furthermore, the roads surrounding the Narlows Lane and Thorpe Station car parks have no protection against parking, so Narlows Lane, Washbrook Lane and the road down to Thorpe Station car park would have cars parked along them, which will block local traffic, e.g. farm vehicles, emergency vehicles, mountain rescue in particular, commercial vehicles and local domestic traffic. I understand that at this meeting you probably say that you're only considering whether to allow the installation of parking machines. Well, I agree with that. But that approach seems to fly in the face of what planning should really be about. Proper planning should be to make a decision by considering the full effect on a local or extended area of the proposed change or development, not by using a blinkered piecemeal approach. Since during the consultation, and this is his words, you've seen fit to ignore the views and wishes of the villagers of Thorpe and local representatives, I strongly request that you at the very least ensure proper provision to protect our area before granting planning permission for these proposals. So that ends Steve Woodall. I will just add to his point that he is obviously adjacent to the station car park, and he's severely impacted by this. Thank you. This is now my statement as local ward member and elected member for Derbyshire Dales District Council, having represented Parwich and Dovedale since 2011. You'll be glad to hear, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm finishing next month. And that includes my ward area, Tissington and Thorpe. I live in Tissington. I fully appreciate that this application is about the installation of the machines, but it's the effects of such that I'm trying to comment on. I'm not going to reiterate the points made by Thorpe Parish Council that you'll hear in a minute, and I'm not going to reiterate the points made by Steve and Sarah at their station house. But I'd like to point out the point of views on behalf of our constituents, the new pub tenants at the Old Dog, a pub that has been rejuvenated by Ross and Jem, who have taken a poorly run establishment that was really down in the dumps into a welcoming hostelry, not just for visitors locally, but for the community. Indeed, last night there was a pub quiz for a local charity. What I'm talking about is what I do know about is the impact of charging on national park car parks, and I appreciate that this is all over the national chart, not just at our southern end, as the authority has charged on the Tissington Trail car park in our village for several years. In practice, whilst many visitors pay on arrival, they're good citizens, etc., they pay the charges. Many feel, rightly or wrongly, that the countryside should be free and they just do not want to pay. I certainly agree that we want to change that mindset, but that is reality. As a result, many visitors drive out of the car park in Tissington and drive onto the village verges and park on our ground, on estate ground for free and go off for walks or cycle trips. But by doing that, they despoil and ruin the very place that they've come to try and enjoy. Some even park next to our historic wells, as you know, the 6 wells in our village. And we've tried to be looking after our village for several years. I know the impact that this has, and this is exactly, I fear, and what Thorpe fears, going to happen to the good villages in Thorpe. Incidentally, I don't know if I had... I saw this coming in 1990 and wanted to install an estate car park myself in our village with the intent to reinvest the proceeds into the surrounding landscape for the enjoyment of everyone. It's rather ironic now that 30 years later, the local authority that rejected that proposal is now applying for its own charging system all over the park. I fear in Thorpe particularly, and that's what I'm talking about today, for the roadside verges, the residents' drives and gardens areas, their peace and tranquillity, but more, I fear, as well as that, more for the pub car park, which, for those of you who don't know, is considerable. It's nearly as big as the car park here at Alden House. The publicans, Ross and Gem, are going to have to install, I suspect, a number plate recognition system. They've got a successful pub. It costs nothing to park there, if obviously you go and have a drink and lunch or whatever it is. And I fear that this will cost them, £10,000 or so to install this and then monitor it if this is approved by your committee today. Do you really want to put that financial pressure on a business that they've worked so hard to create in the last year and has been such a bonus to our area? So, members, I urge you to turn down these proposals at both, because I think these are going to have significant impact. And that's, for planning reasons, I propose that this will have a significant impact on the character and appearance of the site and of the but also of the locality adjacent, and as such is against policies GSP 3, L1, CC1, CC2, T3, T7. As you know from the report, there was extensive consultation that's been discussed in this room before on the process of charging for all national car parks. Many locals responded all over the park, and we had a full response. I've got it here, dated the 21st of March from Matt Freestone, Acting Head of Asset Management. At the footer of the letter is the core strategy of the National Park to speak up and care for the Peak District National Park for all to enjoy forever. I trust that this application, if approved, will rail against that core pledge. I urge you members to refuse these particular applications in particular. And you will hear from Andrew Bock, representing Thorpe Parish Council, I think now. Thank you very much, and I won't need to talk again. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have a letter. Does it cover both applications, or is it separate?
Yeah, it's the same for both applications.
It covers both applications. Good.
Okay, this is a statement from Andrew Bock, Chair of Thorpe Parish Council. Dear Peak Park, I am unable to attend the meeting. Please can you read out the following statement relating to the car park pay and display machines on Narlows Lane and Thorpe Station. Thorpe is one of the most heavily visited locations in the Peak Park, with over 1 million visitors each year. For decades, Thorpe Village has borne the brunt of heavy traffic. The volume of visitors over many decades has been so great that we become gridlocked, with access for local people and emergency services becoming difficult. In recognition of this, the County Council installed extensive double yellow lines. This initiative massively improved the flow of traffic. The proposal to charge for car parks will lead to people avoiding the charge by parking within the village where there are no double yellow lines. The conclusion of the consultation by Peak Park states additional communication at the sites to highlight how parking fees are spent and the negative impact of verge parking. This offers no hope of resolving the likelihood of on-street parking within Thorpe Village. Peak Park has ignored the wishes of the Parish Council, Simon Spencer, our County Councillor, and the residents of Thorpe Village. This demonstrates the contempt and disregard Peak Park has of our views. Whilst we appreciate that these are planning applications under consideration and hence planning rules apply, we feel that this is the only opportunity where we can express our views. If our objections are ignored, we will be seeking the support of the County Council to make Thorpe Village an access-only area with parking restrictions favouring residents. Can we also highlight the need for more double yellow lines to prevent inconsiderate parking in the vicinity of the car parks, especially along Spend Lane, Narlows Lane and the access road to Thorpe Station? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for those contributions. I think we perhaps can discuss both applications together, and then I'll take the vote separately on them. I As the hand's already gone up, I'll let Andrew go first.
Chair, thank you. And my comments apply to all these items together. As Sir Richard has pointed out, we've already taken a decision at authority on the principle of charging. This is a planning application about the installation of parking machines. But as an aside, this move simply brings us into line with all the other car park providers, or at least most of the other car park providers across the National Park. The National Trust, Derbyshire County Council, Derbyshire Dales District Council, and most other national parks charge for car parks. It's not something necessarily we wanted to do, and we do understand the concerns that local communities have about displacement, about impact, but nonetheless, it is simply unsustainable for this National Park Authority to provide free car parks across the National Park going forwards. Members know this. We've agonised over it outside of Planning Committee. But at the end of the day, we have to balance our books, and we've taken a decision going forwards that, as I say, brings us into line with other local authorities, including the National Trust at Dovedale and Longshore, the water utility companies, Derbyshire County Council charge at Middleton Top. It's not as if we're doing something that other local authorities in the park aren't already doing. And at the end of the day, we are not the highway authority. We realise that there are likely to be some repercussions, and we will work actively to mitigate those. But at the end of the day, it's the police and the highway authority that have jurisdiction on the public roads. And we will do all we can to work with them to mitigate it. But this is an application to put in parking machines in our car parks, and I move it.
All right, I've got David Chapman next.
Thanks, Chair. I've sort of done a little bit of research on 2-3 of the car parks, National Park car parks that I use frequently, which are on the trail edge, and it's where I take my dog for a walk. That's Millersdale and Hurdlow Station. It's whatever time you go there, there are no places in those car parks. They're not empty. It's the fact that there's cars parked on the road is because the car parks are filled and there is nowhere else to go. So the answer is not to not charge. The answer, which I couldn't give, is increased car parking spaces, but that's obviously not able to be on the agenda. So I don't find the reason for not doing this, the fact that it will increase parking on roads. The visitors to this national park have increased since lockdown by 167%, and the vast majority of them come by car. And really, we're kidding ourselves if we think that having to pay 2 or 3 quid for a few hours parking is deterring everyone. It's not. Try to get on Bakewell any day, any afternoon of the week, and it's full. So this is a necessary step for the national park, and I don't think that could be laid at our door the fact that we are causing more parking on roads. And I'll second it, Chair.
I've got Dermot Murphy next.
Thanks, Chair. I was fortunate last week to meet an officer, and we were doing some training. He was the Access and Rights of Way officer, and we met in a village. We walked about, had a look at 1 or 2 local features and whatever, and it was we came across a village that had got dozens and dozens of cones, parking cones, placed along the verges to stop people parking on these beautiful green areas and whatever. And then it made me think about what we approved last month concerning these charging meters and whatever. And I just thought, this is what we're going to see more of in the future. I found verges that obviously hadn't got cones on or whatever, and they're destroyed by people parking on these verges. I can just imagine the situation it's going to be like outside these car parks and whatever. A lot of these roads are pretty narrow. You've got highways issues there with, you know, access and whatever. I remember getting sent some photographs about the snake of traffic going up to Thorpe, and it's, you know, we're a victim of our own success in the Peak Park. We have a lot of visitors and whatever, but there are a high percentage of them who will not, if they're going to avoid it, pay the charges in the car parks. I know this is an application for a machine to be installed in a car park and whatever, but the consequences of this of charging for these car parks are going to generate quite a lot of mail for all the councillors. I don't think there's going to be any easy solutions that'll come rapidly. I don't want to see double yellow lines all over the park. I don't want to see all these cones used in all these villages. I know we're desperate for funds, and other authorities charge and whatever, but we're talking about beauty spots here. We're not talking about urban areas. I think it's going to be very detrimental, and this won't be the last we'll hear of it. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Ginny? Wake up.
Thank you. Yes, I see this as two different issues, because I myself live in an area which is a bit of a honeypot, where we have great traffic problems within the Hope Valley. And the car parks are full and people have paid for them, and they are still looking, people are still looking for where they can park their cars, and they're parking them on the grass verges. As an authority, we are encouraging people into the Peak Park, quite rightly, but I think that's a bigger issue that we as an authority need to deal with separately, how we help councils and district authorities to actually manage this traffic and to improve on public transport. So I support what we've got in front of us, but I would like us to address the problem that not just the area of Thorpe has, but lots of other areas within the Peak Park. Thank you.
I'm not sure which order I should have got them in, but I think it's Andrew Hart next, and then Ken Smith.
Thank you, Chair. When it comes down to it, we're very much between that rock and a hard place. No matter what we do, we're going to please some people and we're going to upset others. This is a first stage that the Peak Park has had a large number of car parks that have been free. Taking on board what David said, 165% or thereabouts increase in visitor numbers. That is, some might say, is unsustainable. Again, what Dermot said, victim of our own success. With the advent of staycationing and people not going abroad as they used to, they're staying closer to home, and we're within range, easy car range, of many major urban centres. And the Peak Park, like a lot of other parks, we are going to get those visitors coming to us. It's the first thing is that we've taken the step to sort of say we cannot any longer sustain free car parking in the park. We've got to be able to pay for the car parks that we've got and the infrastructure that we provide. But also, is it not that we could look in cooperation perhaps with other authorities whereby perhaps park and ride may come into use. We look out for areas where people can park their vehicles and come into the national park. I'm saying inevitably we're going to have to bite this bullet and do this. It's not nice, but we're going to have to do it. And we've seen a number of occasions now where we've had to make decisions as an authority that we cannot sustain some of the services without reorganisation, and I would not like us to be in a position where we can't pay our bills 3 or 4 years from down the line, and we can't maintain salaries and for officers doing a really good job. We've come into that reality. I'm going to have to support this reluctantly. I don't like charging for car parking, but I think in this case it's going to be absolutely essential.
Okay, I've then got Ken Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to repeat what has been said before, but I do endorse particularly the comments that both Andrew and David made at the outset of this discussion. If I could presume to bring us back to the planning application, given that we approved the charging authority some time ago, the principle of charging, I've no problem with the Thorpe Station location that's proposed, but I do have some reservations about the Narlow Lane one. I mean, in Mark's presentation, he said that officers had assessed the visual impact, and it seems to me that we've chosen the most exposed location in the car park for the machinery and the sign. And I just wonder why, given that there's a mature hedge to both north and south, that we aren't using that to minimise the visual impact of the machinery and the sign, rather than plonking it in front of the picnic tables where it's in... I mean, I recognise the need for people seeing the machinery, but it just does seem not to be the right location to me, Chair. And I wonder what the whether there was any enhancement of the assessment that Mark could offer as to why it's proposed there.
There probably isn't much I can add, I don't think. It's been positioned at the edge of the hard standing to prevent it from encroaching or requiring further extension of paths and things across the car park. I take your point from the corner of the junction. There isn't hedgerow on that corner, and so it will be visible. If members were sufficiently concerned about that, then we could go back to the authority, the applicant, and look at a resiting elsewhere within the site that brings it closer towards the boundaries, if we think that that's an issue.
Well, personally, I think that we ought to be securing a location that minimises the visual landscape impact whilst not minimising the ability of potential customers to see the machine and the associated sign.
Before we go any further, we're just after 1 o'clock. I think we have to move the usual resolution to continue beyond 1. All those in favour? Right, thanks. I think the issue here is not whether we charge for car parks. There is clearly a justification in many cases for charging for car parks, and I think we should get away from the general issue. The general issue about the authority needing to raise money, the general issue about car park management generally. The issue here, I think, is about specific car parks. And these two in particular would be slightly different from each other, but would raise similar issues in Alstonfield, which is also on the agenda. I mean, Ken's just made the point about the landscape of an individual car park. But the point that I think is being made by Thorpe and Alstonfield parish councils is that the prettiness of the scene is going to be marred by cars parking all over the place, mucking up, as we heard in Tissington, the car park verges and so on and so forth. And these 3 car parks actually are different, at least in degree, from many of the ones we've considered before, because they are actually in villages. Actually, one of the ones at Thorpe maybe less so, but they are actually in villages. And if they have the effect of causing people to park in the wrong places, they are not just spoiling one of the attributes of the national park, they're making life a nuisance for some of the local residents. David, for example, referred to Millersdale. About a fortnight before they put the yellow lines through Millersdale station, I drove down there. There were over 60 cars parked on the road. I drove into the car park and there were about 14 or 15 car parking spaces empty. People will not pay unless they have to. Now, there are lots of responsible people that will, and there are lots of responsible people that will park where they ought to. But human nature is such that there will be a lot that won't. And what worries me slightly about these three particular applications, I don't know whether Alstonfield made an objection to the order at the time, but I believe that Thorpe did. That when we came to consider it in the full authority meeting, it was not drawn to our attention that these were applications from communities and villages that were concerned about what was going to happen in their midst. And I don't think that's been properly considered. I feel very uncomfortable about the authorities' proposals on this. I made these views clear at the time when it was considered by the full authority. I am not objecting in principle to parking across the board, but I do think we need to consider the issues in individual cases. Unfortunately, what we have in front of us at the moment is just an application for signage. And if we are going to apply proper planning considerations, my understanding is that there wouldn't be grounds for refusing. But I do think the authority as a whole needs to look a little bit further at what it's doing to individual communities and villages. And whatever happens here must be monitored closely, and we must review it again if there are real problems. David, I have you down to speak next.
Yeah. You know I'd never dream of saying anything disrespectful to you, Richard. But I think you're just one meeting too late with your presentations. And that sort of leads me on to a question that you've partly answered, Patrick, because we've approved charging at our car parks at one meeting. What happens if we refuse the means to do that at another meeting?
Well, I mean, I think you've got to take each car park on its... What? You take each car park on its merits. I mean, a car park out on Stanage Edge may well cause damage, and there may be a lot of parking in the wrong place and so on and so forth. And we may be very sorry that that happens, but it doesn't necessarily affect the interests of a business or an individual. A car park in the middle of the village may result in people, I mean, you know what our villages are like, Moneyash, Taddington, Chelmorton, people parking all over the place. It ruins the historic nature of the village just to look at it. And it's sometimes, if I may use the expression, a bloody nuisance to the residents. And that's where the difference is. But I don't think this is the meeting to resolve that in. So unless any members have got a... Oh, here, Ken, you want to speak.
Yeah, I'm getting really confused here because as a member authority, we did agree to introduce parking charges. And now, but we're not talking about parking charges now.
No, we're not.
We're talking about a sign and a machine. We ain't going to switch it on. Any objections should be addressed at authority, not at planning committee.
That is precisely the point I'm making.
I move the motion.
Well, it's been proposed and seconded already. Andrew was the proposer, so I'll let him wind up and then I'll take the vote.
I'll just wind up because I was going to echo what Ken said. Let's not conflate different discussions here. That said, let's also send a message to the communities that are affected that we will monitor it carefully, we will work with our partners and we will respond. But at the end of the day, let's not get sidetracked into discussion about the impact of traffic and cars on villages that ultimately we have a shared responsibility for and no responsibility for insofar as we are not the highway authority or the transport authority. So let's be alert to the impact, but this application and these applications are for installation of signage and machines. So I move it and I urge members to support it.
All right, I'm going to put that to the vote now, please. All those in favour of the motion to approve these two... Well, I must take them one at a time, mustn't I?
Chair, could I, sorry to interrupt, but do any other members share my concerns about the proposed location of the Narlow car park machine? Can we resolve that. If it's acceptable to approve in principle, subject to reviewing the location, yeah, perhaps subject to approval by Chair and Vice Chair?
Yes, okay. Right. I'm going to take the Narlow Lane car park first, 'cause I'm taking both were moved at the same time. Narlow Lane car park, all those in favour of the motion? Anyone against? And abstains. And then can I go on to the Thorpe Station car park at Thorpe? Yes, okay, Thorpe, too many Thorpes. All those in favour of the motion? Those against? Those abstaining? Right. I'm going to make precisely that suggestion, actually. Do you mind coming back in 20 minutes' time? Okay. What I'm going to suggest is, because we've got a group of people at the back who are waiting with bated breath for the last item on the agenda for 3:45. Sorry, 13:45, which is just over half an hour. Do you think we could finish lunch in 20 minutes? Yes. So can we reconvene here at 25 to 2? And if all the Crestbrook people are here, we'll deal with their item then. If not, we'll deal with something else and then come back to them. Okay. Thank you. Right, members, we have a number of speakers here still, so I will try and accommodate their requirements. We're a bit ahead of their timescale, but I'm assured that all speakers are here. So I'm going to go on to deal with the quarterly monitoring report, which is item 18 on the agenda. And one of these days I shall find out what the page number is, but 159, that's okay, that's fine. And Andrew Cook, you're going to introduce the report.
Yes, I am, Chair, thank you. You said this was the quarterly report. It's actually the annual review this time. So the report summarises the position at the end of March, end of last month, and summarises the previous year's activity, if you like, within the team. So you'll see that at paragraph 5, there's reference to enforcement notices that have been issued this year. I just want to move on to the last of those. The first 3 notices I've previously showed photographs at previous quarterly reports, so I won't dwell on those. But the last case, Derwent Water Arms at Carver, that's a notice that's been issued within the last quarter, so I thought it'd be useful just to see the photographs of that case. Sorry, that's not it. Just quickly whiz through those. Yeah, so this is the Derwent Water Arms at Carver. So we've issued an enforcement notice here against essentially the installation of a shipping container, or former shipping container, which is not actually visible in that photograph because it's hidden behind that that fence, which in itself is something we've taken exception to. But that's a photograph. It's quite difficult to get a photograph of the shipping container because of its position. But that's what's behind that wooden fence that you saw in the previous photograph. The Derwent Water Arms is not a listed building, but it is a building of traditional appearance and design. It's been added to, as you can see, there's a extension that's perhaps not the best design, but essentially it's a traditional building. It's within the conservation area in Carver, and this development is this development is considered to be unacceptable, so hence the enforcement notice has been issued. It was issued on the 10th of March. It's due to come into effect in a few days' time, 24th of April. I'm not aware that we've received an appeal, but there's still a few days left for that to happen. I'll just whiz back to the start of the photographs because I just wanted to show these photographs of the site, which is on the next item on the agenda under appeals determined in section 6 of the report. This is the site that hopefully many of you members will be familiar with, on Bonsall Moor, a site that has been used for motocross scrambling for many years. We issued an enforcement notice back in 2020. An appeal was lodged. We had a public inquiry last year. I think it was 3 or 4 days public inquiry, and the appeal was dismissed, so the enforcement notice was upheld. For those that aren't familiar with the site, I thought it would be useful just to show the photographs. One of the main issues, there was a lot of local concern about this site, the motocross activities that were taking place, largely to do with the noise. And obviously I can't demonstrate that by showing you photographs. But you can see that the site, which is in the middle of that photograph that's on at the moment, you can make out the track, hopefully the route of the track on that piece of land. You can see the setting it's in. It's in a very open, rural location. And that's a photograph, I think it was taken some time ago, but it was obviously is an example of what happens on a typical day when the site's being used. So many vehicles, and obviously motorbikes whizzing around the site. And as I say, I wish I could demonstrate the noise, but it was certainly a very noisy activity, as you can imagine. And this is some close-up views of some of the items that are on the site. So as well as the use being required to be discontinued, there were various items on the site that had to be removed as part of the enforcement notice. This was again, looks like a sort of porter cabin, steel container type structure. Picnic benches, you can see. Temporary toilets, you know, screen fencing, all adding to the clutter and the visual impact, the harmful visual impact on the site. Another example of a structure on the site. But I'm pleased to say that as I say, the enforcement notice was confirmed on appeal last year. We've had various visits with the operator to seek compliance, and I'm pleased to say that the use of the site has now stopped. The use of the site for motocross scrambling has ceased, and the site has been cleared of those items that you saw in the previous photographs.
Chair, could I just add that I was at Bonsall Parish Council meeting on Tuesday, and they were grateful for what you have achieved there.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I've only put a couple of photographs of the sort of after situation because a lot of them, well, there's nothing on them. The site is cleared. So I just wanted to make you aware of that particular case. Obviously, the next case is slightly different. It's Thornbridge Hall. We've had the appeal decision there recently, and obviously it's an extremely disappointing decision from our point of view. Not really much more I can say about it. The inspector has made the decision and has given different weight to the harm that's being caused to the heritage assets, and has also decided to outweigh that harm by giving significant weight to the public benefits that were being offered. There are a number of conditions attached to that permission that's been granted on appeal, which we're already starting to discuss with the applicant's representatives. So we'll obviously be making sure, as far as possible, that those conditions are fully complied with. I'm happy to take questions on any other part of the report, but I've also got a few photographs just to show some of the cases that have been resolved in the last quarter since the start of this year. Just through that. So this is in section 12 of the report. So these are breaches resolved in the latest quarter. And the first one there, land east of Manor House Farm at Edale, Barber Booth at Edale. So this was a site where you can see there are a number of timber structures that have been erected. Not entirely sure what the purpose of these were, but they were obviously on agricultural land. And then that's a photograph. It's not quite the same viewpoint, but you can see that the land is now cleared and reverted back to agricultural use. So that case has been resolved. The next case I've got photographs on is the fourth case in that list, Hollington End Farm at Thorpe, which was a residential caravan that was sited, as you can see, adjoining the agricultural buildings. And again, it's a different angle to the photograph, obviously, but the caravan was on the left-hand side previously in that photograph. Next to that building that you can see, that's now been removed. I think that's it, yeah. Okay, as I say, I'm happy to take any questions on any other part of the report. But thank you, Chair. That's...
Thank you, Andrew. We do have some speakers on this, so we'll hear them first before we take it any further. And I have, first of all, Mr. John Butler. Thank you, Ms. Butler. Now, there's a button there for you to press. There should be a red light on, yes?
Okay.
And you have no more than 3 minutes to address us in.
Okay.
And start at your own convenience, as it were.
Right, thank you, Chair. My name is John Butler. I'm the chair of the Crestbrook Community Group, and more recently also the chair of the Save Crestbrookdale campaign group. And in the last year, we've been confronted by some very unsettling aspects of the post-truth era. We suddenly found that Crestbrookdale had changed hands, and we soon realised that the scheme involved potentially thousands of crowd-funded investors, all promised the right to occupy the land, recruited via a one-time celebrity social media platform. And this is their glossy and very detailed prospectus you may have already seen. The promoters significantly misrepresented the developmental potential and the agricultural suitability for a self-sufficient eco-community farm. This is not farming land, and it's certainly not a farm. There are no agricultural or other buildings. 50 of the 70 acres are precipitous woodland. The rest is at best marginal grazing. Furthermore, the land is part of the Peak Park's natural zone, in which planning consent would only be given in exceptional circumstances, none of which exist in this case. Crestbrookdale is therefore has virtually no commercial developmental potential. Nonetheless, the new owners were seeking to monetize this beautiful landscape and initially attracted astonishing investments to a minimum of £20,000 from a number of individuals who became part of a private members' association. The scheme had an initial £1 million proposed budget with provision for polytunnels, glasshouses, wind, solar and water power installations, plus £90,000 for what they describe as movable structures. The group have shown contempt for planning law, stating that they would not apply for any planning consent, and contempt for the Peak Park officer's advice. The group also proved to be ignorant or indifferent to the rare and fragile ecology of the Dale and the high level of conservation protection already in place. We watched them install a hard-standing parking area, a flight of steps on Heart Attack Hill, a TP with a new path leading to it, a so-called farm security caravan, a group of tents in the woods, and a pond. So we mobilised our campaign. We have maintained our determination to oppose these developments via peaceful and legitimate means. We act independently, representing the local community, but we do see ourselves as being in common cause with the Peak Park in this campaign. We very much support the action you've taken to protect the Dale, and we thank your officers for their diligence. Some have said we seem to be making a lot of fuss about some relatively minor planning breaches, but I would remind you that this is just the tip of the iceberg that the owners have promised their investors. This saga is far from over, and we will continue to closely monitor developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll just leave that there in case anyone would like to have a look at it.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Jane Money.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Money and I run the village communication system on behalf of Save Crestbrookdale. I'll address two key points today: the effect the enforcement notice has had on the village and the effect it will have had on the wider community and those who visit the Peak District National Park. The deceit of the new landowners and total disregard for the flora and fauna in the Dale and their protections profoundly affected our community. To say we were alarmed would be an understatement. We were traumatised. We watched helplessly as 3 lorry loads of gravel were spread over the meadow. It was sickening. We saw groups of people being shown around the village and Dale, clutching their prospectuses and maps. We stopped being the village that welcomes everyone, as we'd proudly declared on our well-dressing, and became fearful and suspicious of all new faces. So it was with a sense of great relief that we heard the news that the enforcement notice had been issued. You will be aware by now that after the first shock last June, we didn't stand idly by, which is how we are able to speak not just for the village, but for the wider community and those who visit the park for recreation and work. We began a campaign, Save Cressbrookdale. We created a website, savecressbrookdale.com, which has now had 17,800 hits and counting, and comes up first on a Google search. We've made a video also on the website, and which also comes up first on a Google search. The numerous testimonies expressing people's feelings about the Dale, as well as messages of support, made us realise we're not the only ones who care about the Dale and also about the National Park. Indeed, when marshalling, stopping walkers, motorists and cyclists, giving them leaflets and explaining what is happening, we discovered just how much people value the existence of the National Park and its role in protecting the land for us all. People have been horrified that our precious park can so easily be misused and expressed surprise and frustration that nothing had yet been done. We've spoken to people from all over the country, as well as from local villagers, also people who work locally, such as postal workers and delivery drivers. All are concerned that places such as Cressbrookdale should be protected. All of these people will be relieved and reassured to know that the enforcement notice has been issued. We hope that our passion and commitment will help you to continue with the enforcement process and to address those issues not addressed in the current notice, which we are very anxious to have resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I have the third speaker, Mr. Savoury.
Thank you for the enforcement action that has recently been served for the planning breaches at Cressbrookdale. At the planning committee meeting back in January this year, the chairperson of this committee made it clear to the enforcement officer present that he did not want to see enforcement action for Cressbrookdale still being considered in 3 months' time. He wanted some firm action. Some action has been taken, however, not all the planning breaches have been included, with some notable items missing from the enforcement notice, and I would like a detailed explanation on why this is. I have read the email recently sent from Andrew Cook to Claire Gamble, trying to justify why the caravan, the tents, and the toilet tents have not been included in the enforcement action. The reason given by Andrew Cook was that the enforcement team are not clear on what the purpose of the caravan, the tents, and the toilet tents are doing on the land. It is clear to me that the purpose of the toilet tents is to provide toilet facilities for when the group are working on the land. They have been on site for more than 28 days permitted for temporary structures. There is a sign on the caravan clearly explaining what its purpose is. It's a farm security hut. It has also been used to store equipment that was used for the engineering works. The tents are being used to store ground engineering equipment and bedding. I understand back in 2022, one or more of the landowners were served with a planning contravention notice, which would have given you the answers. If they did not respond to the planning contravention notice, did they get prosecuted for failing to respond within the 21 days allowed? If not, why not? There is also one further planning breach that has not been included in the enforcement notice. The site where the polytunnel was located has been terraced. This piece of land needs reinstating back to its former condition. I look forward to these planning breaches being dealt with swiftly, hopefully this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Andrew, would you like to respond to that last point, do you think, please, about the very outstanding issues that have not yet had enforcement notices served on them?
Yes, as Mr Savoury said, I've responded to an email, I think it was only today or yesterday, trying to explain why we've taken the approach that we have done. Essentially, the caravan, it's not a building operation. The developments that we've taken enforcement action against up to now are physical developments. So the steps, the path, and the car park area, we've considered to be engineering operations. So they're physical works that have been carried out. And we've alleged that the erection of the teepee is a building operation. So we're fairly confident, or as confident as we can be, about those things. And that's why we've issued the enforcement notice against them. As far as the caravan is concerned, I've heard what Mr Savoury has said. Maybe we need to have more discussion with the local residents to try and get some more evidence about the use of the caravan. We've not been able to get inside the caravan, so we don't know what exactly it's being used for, although we have noted, obviously, the sign on it saying security, farm security.
I think we better have a word of caution here. This is a public meeting and there's another side to this argument, and I don't think we want to go to that too deeply. I think we want an assurance that something will be looked at pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, we can take further enforcement action. We can serve another enforcement notice. We can serve as many enforcement notices as we wish to, or it is appropriate. So yes, I can assure everyone that we will be looking at that, and if necessary and appropriate, we will serve further enforcement notices.
Well, I've got Andrew first.
Chair, thank you. I was going to echo what you were just saying there, Chair, the fact that we need to take a proportionate approach. We also need to recognise we have got a number of other high priority enforcement cases across the park, all of which are important. That said, we're committed to protecting and safeguarding the whole of the national park, and we do recognise, respect and are grateful for the commitment and the action of Cressbrook community, and I say that as chair of the authority. So we do take our role really seriously, but we have to take a balanced, proportionate approach, which I think we're doing. But as you've seen from the serving of the enforcement notice, we are prepared to step up and take action to protect the park. Thank you.
And I don't think it's wrong for us to say as well that we are reviewing what we can do with the enforcement service to try and reinforce it. So that will all come into our future thinking. I've got a question, actually, which has only just occurred to me. We did say that we would like to have a regular update, not every meeting, but periodic, on where we were with outstanding enforcement notices and outstanding cases. And this is the annual report, and it hasn't got anything in about it. When can we expect that part of our... When can we expect that to come to us?
I'm happy to provide that information at the next quarterly report, by all means.
I think it ought to have come in the annual report, and then we know exactly when it should come up. So can we have it in the next quarterly report, and then thereafter can we have it in the annual report?
Yes,
Does
that's
that make
fine.
sense?
Yep.
Okay. David Chapman.
Sorry. I believe that the enforcement notice has been returned, Andrew, and I just wanted to know what the next step would be regarding that.
We've served the enforcement notice on 3 co-owners of the land, amongst others. One of the co-owners has returned the enforcement notice to us, but as far as we're concerned, the enforcement notice has been received by that person, so it has been properly served. What the co-owner decides to do with the enforcement notice once it's been served on them is not really within our control. If they decide to send it back, we can't stop them doing that. But as I say, it has been properly served as far as we're concerned.
Can I just follow on, Chair? Because I think Cressbrook residents will want to know this. What is the next step if somebody returns an enforcement notice? I mean, what are we going to do anyway?
You carry on as normal. I mean, if they don't, they're allowed to appeal. If they don't appeal, the enforcement notice comes into effect, and they have to follow it.
Right. So the right to appeal is, what's the timeline on that?
The notice is due to come into effect on the 22nd of May. So the appeal would have to be submitted by that date. So if an appeal is not submitted by the 22nd of May, it comes into effect on that date, and the time periods for compliance start running from then.
Okay. Right, members. That is the report. Thank you for your report, Andrew. Any other member wish to contribute? If not, I'm going to move the report to be noted as per the recommendation. Is that second?
Yeah, slightly
What have you said?
We've said it's for members to endorse the actions taken.
Oh, and endorse. Well, we do that as well. Is that seconded? And all those in favour? Okay. Thank you, you good folk of Crestbrook, for coming and telling us your story. We will be keeping an eye on this, as I'm sure you'll understand, within the resources we have available. But thank you for your interest and thank you for your involvement. It's been very useful. Thank you. You're very welcome to stay, but if you are going to go, it would be helpful if you sort of moved out before we started another item. And now I'm probably completely lost as to where we are on the agenda.
I think we're going to go back to the Bradwell one thing.
Well, don't we want to let Mark go? And then we can get... He's not here. Okay, we'll go to the Bradwell one. Right, I'm going to move on, or come back to... agenda item... I've lost it. Here we are. Agenda item 7, which is page 59. And the first thing I'm going to do is to apologise to the applicant. I wasn't aware you were here, sir. If I'd realised you were here, we would probably have dealt this somewhat earlier. So I do apologise. But it's not been very nice weather, so maybe you've found something of interest. I don't know. Right. Right. Yeah. Smalldale Bradwell is the application for a garage and extension to a house.
Yes,
John?
just bear with me, Chair. Just getting the presentation to the correct point. Right, this is a full application for an extension to affordable dwelling from 2 to 3 bedrooms at 1 New Edge View, Smalldale, Bradwell. The application site is on the screen behind me, hopefully you can all see it. It's the application site, as I say, it's an affordable dwelling built a number of years ago. It's the end property of a terrace of 3 affordable dwellings situated within Bradwell Village and below the car park of the old Bowling Green Inn, surrounded by other residential development, and access is taken through the bottom end of the pub car park down this side and serves all 3 properties. Let's move to the next slide. More detailed layout. This is the aerial shot of the existing property. It's a 2-bedroomed affordable dwelling. This is the layout. This is the access coming down to the front of the site. You've got the main body of the dwelling with a rear offshot, which houses one of the bedrooms, 2-storey, and there's a lean-to garage on the right-hand side there. Some of the members may recall we went to do a site visit on the adjoining property and agreed a modest extension on the next door property. And you'll recall that it rises into the rising ground there at the back of the property. But you'll see that in the slides coming. So that's the existing layout, and the proposal is to extend it to provide a 3rd bedroom over the existing garage, and to extend at the rear and to provide a dining room extension to the kitchen, and in addition to provide parking space here for two vehicles, along with landscaping of the external garden area at the same time. A few slides to show you the context. So this is the dwelling at the end of the terrace of 3 with the drain pipe there, indicating the boundary between this property and the others in the row. The close-up showing the integral garage, and then gable end showing the back of the lean-to garage, and the two-storey rear wing. You see it's local materials, high standard of design, etc. And this is the rear. So this is the boundary of the property at the moment. Yeah, and this is the property next door, and you'll recall this is where a single-storey, one-room extension was approved in the recent past by this committee. And this shows the access drive back up to the car park there. So in terms of the layout, that's the ground floor layout of the property at the moment, fairly conventional. The existing house has an internal floor space of 82 square metres, but with the garage taken into account, being an integral garage, the total would be 96 square metres.
That's as it is now.
As it is now. So as you all know, the maximum size for an affordable dwelling is 97 square metres for a 5-person affordable dwelling. So it's right at the maximum. There's only one square metre of headroom there. So effectively meaning that the only scope without breaking the policy limit is to convert the garage to the required additional bedroom or what other accommodation the applicant wishes to prioritise. That could be done without breaching the floor space rules, but we just have to investigate the condition about the garaging. You'll recall that there was a discussion, and it's set out on page 63 of your report, paragraph 37, about the issue of whether or not we should be including garages within the floor space calculations. And the upshot of that, there was no hard and fast rule, but each case had to be taken on its merits. And where you have a garage which is integral and forms very clearly part and parcel of the house, it was appropriate to include that within. If it was a small detached garage some distance away, then the circumstances might be different. But as we all know, an integral garage adds space to the property, adds volume and considerable additional value to an affordable dwelling. And hence, in this case, we concluded it is appropriate to include that within the floor space calculations and as a material consideration in the determination of the application. And the fact that it accords with the discussions from that April 2021 meeting. So, leading through the proposal, the ground floor would have an extension to the top side there to provide dining space. You can see their footprint of the neighbour's approved extension, but not yet built. Interestingly, these are amender plans. In an earlier iteration of the application, there was a proposal to convert part of the garage to some additional living accommodation and add a porch, but those have been omitted now in favour of the current scheme. So on the ground floor, you have a dining room extension, and upstairs, you've got 2-bedroom property, and the proposal is to build above the garage to provide a third or main bedroom, as it were, giving a 3-bedroom property, and you can see there the rear roof of the proposed dining room extension. In elevation terms, that's the current front of the property, and as proposed, building above the garage to provide that additional space. And from the gable end, the lean-to, and you see there the gable end instead of the lean-to on the left-hand side of the slide, and then the dining room extension on the right-hand side there. All would be built in natural limestone and slate to match the rest of the house, and there are no concerns from officers about the design of the proposal, nor about parking or access issues, as there are 2 parking spaces shown. The key issue is obviously the scale, and this is the rear view, and then as proposed, with the dining room extension and the raising of the roof above the garage on the left-hand side there. There were no concerns either about the impact of creating a sort of more of a small tunnel affair between this property and the neighbour's property with this extension. There were no concerns from a design or amenity point of view. So the overall, that's the view from their side. and then as proposed, just for completeness. So the key issue is floor space and affordability. We know that even with the Section 106 agreement and the controls over price and local occupancy, these dwellings are already at the upper end of local affordability to people on low and moderate incomes in need of this sort of accommodation. In this case, the proposal would substantially exceed our maximum floor space size guidelines for an affordable dwelling and take it beyond the reach of many more local persons in need. And for that reason, Chair, the application is recommended for refusal.
I must confess, what I've just been watching there is not quite what I read in the report, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around what I thought the problem was and what it actually is. Leave it. Taking what they propose now, go back to the previous plan, taking what is now proposed there and leaving out the garage space. Now, why do I leave out the garage space? So what's below the main bedroom?
That's the. If we just go back.
That's the.
So you've got the.
That's what it was.
So if we go, that's the ground floor layout at the moment.
Right.
So perhaps to help go through those figures again, the floor space at the moment is 82 square metres, leaving out the garage, but including the garage, it's a 96 square metre house.
But my question is, if you forget about the garage for a moment, the new building, as it will be when they've done this, if it's ever done, is how many square metres?
That is a 110, nearly 110.8.
And that doesn't include a garage as such, because the garage is now going to be used as a room.
That's correct. I think I've looked at it a little bit more simply, that if they've got enough space, if they convert the garage to the bedroom accommodation, they can do that within the, keeping within the floor space guidelines, but to step outside of the current envelope takes them beyond that 96 or 97 square metre limit.
Is anybody else having problems with this? What is on the ground floor of that diagram when it's built? It won't be a garage.
That's the proposed ground floor.
So there'll still be a garage.
Correct. So there'll be
right. So there'll still be a garage, but there'll be a room above it.
Yes.
And the dining room at the top of the slide there.
Right. And without the garage, in the measurements, all of that will be within 97. It's only when you add the garage in that it gets over the 97.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Yes, because the garage is about internally about 14 square metres, which would be enough to accommodate one of those extensions.
Well, I don't think that matters, does it? It's very straightforward in my mind. If the living accommodation as proposed is less than 97 square metres, then the living accommodation part of it is straightforward. That's all approvable. And the problem is whether we include the garage in the measurement.
That's correct, yeah.
Right. Have you got that? Has everybody else got that?
Sorry, Chair, I've got a statement from the agent to read which makes reference to that. I don't know if you want me to do that now.
Okay, that's very kind of you to remind us. Thanks very much, Joanne.
Okay. This supporting statement has been prepared by the agent James Darwin of Darwin Architecture. Apologies, I can't be there in person today. This application seeks to extend our client's house from a 2 to a 3 bedroom property. This is required as their young teenage sons are fast outgrowing their modest bedroom. The social and amenity spaces are therefore also required to extend proportionally. The clients live and work within the parish, with Mr Fletcher constructing the property himself. They are well-known members of the community and wish to adapt the property to allow them to stay for many years to come. We have worked with the planner to resolve any design and amenity issues, leaving just the calculated floor space question for the members to appropriately determine. Our GIFA calculations exclude the garage, which provides 96.8 metres square, just under the 97 metre square threshold advised by the planner as appropriate for this development. The client has no desire to convert the garage as it is important to him for parking and a safe tool store attached to the house. Non-compliance with DMH7 has been cited as the main cause for refusal, as they believe the garage should be included within area calculations. The policy, however, states GIFA should be calculated to include partitions, structural elements, cupboards, ducts, flights of stairs and voids above stairs. There is no mention of garages. Policy writers would surely have included them given the scale in relationship to the overall property if increasing value was a concern. Garages are external unheated spaces, so do not form part of the dwelling house. Garages also don't add the same value to a property as would internal spaces. It is hard to otherwise envisage why anyone building an affordable house would ever consider incorporating one otherwise. The RICS Code of Measuring Practice 2015 outlines that garages should be included within GIFA measurements. However, later in the document it also states that where the calculations are for valuation purposes, garages should be excluded. Given the purpose of the policy is to control valuation, it is correct to exclude in this instance. The April 2021 committee report does not set out a strict approach on whether garaging should be included. As an internal garage, there is no internal door to the garage as it would otherwise foul the stair or enter into valuable living room space. Future conversion could also be protected by condition if required. We trust you will support us in this application. Thank you.
Right. Can I just, if you don't mind, Andrew, just for a short while, because I want to get these issues very clear in my mind. Hopefully, in one or two other people's minds as well. We have this paragraph 36 in the report, which sets out very clearly what we include when it comes to the calculation of the square meterage, I think we're using here, of a house. And it makes no reference, I mean, it actually talks about flights of stairs, ducts, voids above stairs, so there's a lot of detail in that. And we're now saying that that includes garages. I don't get it. Where does it come from?
Well, can I offer something?
You can. Well, one of you can certainly answer it.
So we brought a paper to the planning committee because there was various issues like this about 2 years ago, and we specifically raised this issue of whether to include garaging or not in that, and the position it described was that there's no general position that we do include garaging, so that reflects that position there. It's not a reasonable thing for those reasons, except where the garaging is actually designed in, it's integral with the build, and actually it's capable of actually being kind of interdivisible with habitable rooms. In fact, when the first plans came in, it showed the garage as a washroom. So that kind of relationship is there, and it was on the minds of the applicant, at that time. That's the fear. In any case, garaging is widely recognised as being a feature that is like overinvestment. It does add value to the property, which impacts on our core kind of idea of affordable homes. So it's something for that reason that the housing authorities, when they go through their process of building through the housing associations, deliberately don't include garaging. It's not something that is used as part of an affordable housing scheme because it's widely recognised as adding value. So there's two issues here really. Firstly, the relationship to the house and that ability for it to become habitable space, which then adds value in itself. And secondly, just the pure idea of garaging, which is an attractive feature of a home. So it is case by case. In this case, we've seen that relationship is close, and the applicants have explored the idea of habitable space as part of the plans. So we feel that is still capable of conversion to living space, and that would give us that fear that it should be included, you know, as part of the residential space in this case.
None of which answers my question. I'm sorry.
Explain. Please explain.
Well, there's a very clear definition of how you measure the inside of a house for the purposes of our policy. And whether you look at that definition or look through all the text in our development management policies document, there is no reference whatsoever to garages. Now, we've had this conversation earlier today. We have to rely upon local plan policies and what's there in our documents. What I think is happening here is that we're developing another new policy without actually going through a process of trying to deal with it. That report, which came to us in April 2 years ago, wasn't actually approved by members. It was noted. And the decision that was taken was that we'd go off and look at this policy a bit further. That was never approved by members at the time. And it was very controversial. What I don't see here is how you can suddenly say that when, for example, in the text of our management plan, development management policies, we say somewhere in it, we'll try and keep gardens a bit smaller because it affects the value. If we're worrying about ducts and stairs and gardens, why haven't we mentioned garages? It's not within the province of any written policy document we have. I'm not arguing at the moment that there's no merit in your thinking. That might be something that we could look at when we change policies in due course. But I cannot see at the moment where the justification for what's being said here comes in. In order to talk about house value, you have to start with a definition of what is affordable and what is not affordable. You can't just say that because a house is going to be worth more, you can't have something happen to it. There has to be some concept of affordability. Now, usually that would be by price. We try and limit the price by size. I do understand that, and I understand the merit of that. In our plans, the definition of the affordability of a privately owned house like this is a house that's worth 20% less than its market value because of the restrictions put on it. When we say in this reason for refusal that it would be contrary to the National Planning Policy Framework, that is the definition that appears in the National Planning Policy Framework. I just don't understand the planning base, the legal base, if you like, upon which we're trying to base this decision. You know, it may be right, the policy, in due course, when it's been through a process and it's been examined in public, and we've all argued over it and satisfied ourselves that it's right, but it's a policy that's just come out of the blue.
Well, can I just have one more?
Yes, by all means.
I think in this case, I mean, when we talk about integral garages, it's this point here in paragraph 36 really that is talking about what becomes the built form of that house. So, for our point of view, we were looking at the internal faces of perimeter walls. It's part of that structure. It's brought into that kind of livable space. People do use them for storage space, and you can have extra shelving in there and garden tools and all sorts of things. They are used very, very closely with relating doors, as part of just in-out livable spaces, which wouldn't happen to the same degree if it was a separate building, clearly. So, that's where our logic comes from. That it actually starts to form part of those internal spaces that form part of the structure.
I'm terribly sorry, Andrew. I've been hogging it. You wanted to speak.
Chair, I did wonder if you'd ever shut up, but that's fine. Thank you. I meant that in every...
You have got to show respect to the chair.
Absolutely. Apologies, Chair. I think I understand where officers are coming from, but if the concern is that potentially might down the line might lose the garage to more accommodation space and increase the floor space even more, then surely we can condition or put some tie on the garage. I think we're in danger of losing sight of what's in paragraph 34, that we have a growing 4-person household, from what I understand, 2 teenage boys who, I dare say, need their own bedrooms. We have a village-based family who are clearly rooted in the community. And I think this is, again, we've had this argument so many times, coming back to case by case, there is a very good justification for allowing this property to be enlarged, to allow a growing family to be accommodated there. And on that basis, I remove approval.
I'm sure you're all fed up with listening to Andrew and I. Anybody else want to speak on this? Another Andrew.
Chair, we keep going round in circles on these things, and they need clarifying once and for all. So we need to get past the not approving, but just not acknowledging something and get on to approving things. I think that this is obviously quite finely balanced, but my inclination is to agree with the proposer and seconder that we can condition the garage, I'm sure, without any doubt. And I think this ought to go ahead as per the plan. And if Kath hadn't seconded, I would have done. So I'll give it full support to be passed.
Thank you. Tempus fugit, as they say. I'm going to put this to the vote, if that's all right. In that case,
Just discussion about
you want
conditions.
conditions. You want some
Yeah.
conditions.
Yes, in the event of approval, I suggest that the first condition be the standard implementation condition. Second one, adopt the defined approved plans. Third one, picking up your point, maintain the garage space for its purpose in perpetuity. The fourth one would be materials to match the existing. And the fifth one is just minor design details like eaves, verges, recess of windows, all to match existing. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'm happy with that, and I'm also noting as well that from what we can see, the design and quality of the built work is superb on the house, so I've got no problem with that.
Right. All those in favour of the motion to approve this subject to those conditions? Anyone against? No, that's unanimous.
Chair, unfortunately, I have to be somewhere else a little bit later this afternoon, so I'll have to make tracks, I'm afraid.
Coward. Right. Thank you, Andrew. That is approved. I'm very sorry you've had to wait so long for that. But you're very welcome to come to every meeting. Right. Now tell me where we are on the agenda. Right. I think we're at the barn, aren't we? Are we at your barn? The barn at Upper Yeld Road. Agenda item 12. What? Well done. Page 107.
100 and what?
Again, we did a site visit on this yesterday. I think we're fairly clear on what it's about, so...
Andrew, look at Bakel's comments. They are always spot on.
Yes, please do.
Thanks, Chair. So this application is for the conversion of a small barn to a one-bed holiday let at Upper Yeld Road in Bakewell. As you can see on the location plan there, the building is located at the roadside. Lady Manners School is sort of down, don't know how I see it, down and off this side. Oh, sorry, it's not full screen. There we go. So just in terms of people getting the bearings, Lady Manners School and the road to it forks off just out of the slide down at the corner here. So the property is roadside. and you can see there are neighbouring properties to each side. I need to correct myself slightly from what I told members on site yesterday. The application site area, I think I indicated, tapered backwards to include land behind the building, but I think I suggested it's from both rear corners. As you can see on the plan here, that's not the case. It's just as you look at this, it's to the west of the wall, the dry stone wall that runs down the site here. So that's just a minor correction for those members I advised on site yesterday. So this shows the plan ever so slightly closer up. The neighbour of Merrill House here and Rivendell there, which I only refer to by name as you'll see them on the photographs to show the relationship as we go through the rest of the slides. There's access down each side of the property, outside of its control and ownership, to further properties down to the Merrill Close to the rear. That's as proposed. You'll see that the building itself, in terms of its footprint, is unchanged. There's two small roof lights towards the ridge. And this is the building as it stands and as viewed from the road. So you can see down each side the access to Merrill Close that I mentioned. And you can see the neighbouring properties set slightly back from the rear elevation of the barn. And this is showing the western gable, and with a hayloft opening effectively there, which is bordered. The other gable, which is largely blank. Apologies, the quality on some of these pictures isn't quite what I would like. There are two very small blocked openings on this side, which are proposed to be opened up as part of the application. And then this is the rear. And again, you can see there's some blocked openings, one to this side, one to the other, which would be opened as allow light in as part of the conversion. There you go, you can see the opening on this side a bit better now. So the red line area that you saw sort of comes in from this point here and tapers back through the site. Bin storage for the development would be provided within this area here. So these following photos are there really to show the relationship with the neighbouring properties. So this is a Merrill House on the left of the photograph here. The opening that you can see just behind the hedge here is there's a garage here, and then a door beyond before any windows in the property, which are further over again. And this gable would be largely blank with a very modest opening further down, which would afford some view out. And this is showing the relationship with the same property but taken from the other side. So you can see there's no openings that would be affected down at ground floor level here. And the only openings in the rear of the barn itself would be at ground floor, and they wouldn't afford views into those windows because of the difference in elevation, but also because of the acute angle between the two openings. And this shows the relationship to Rivendell on the other side. There is a ground floor window here. You can see it on the lean-to extension, but you'll hopefully see in the next couple of photographs. There we go. That again, the relationship of that, because the distance between the buildings is so small, sort of in this direction, if you like, it's a very acute angle of view, so you wouldn't be able to view into the property from that any glazing in that opening. If I just go back, this shows the frontage across Rivendell, and then it's St John's is the name of the property beyond that. The only concern that we had in regard to amenity, and it is something that has been raised by the parish council and by the neighbouring properties, is a concern of a loss of privacy. The only concern that officers shared in that was the potential for any overlooking from the glazing of this opening here at first floor. Now, that looks across the frontages of these properties here. Now, these are already open to public view from the highway, and because, again, of the relationship to the properties and the distance between them, in our view, there is only the scope for potentially overlooking a small area of these bay windows and at some distance. However, because that would be a change to the existing situation, and because of a potential perception of overlooking as much as actual overlooking for those neighbours, it's recommended in the report that if the application is approved, that hayloft window is fixed and obscure glazed to prevent overlooking of those properties. This is the floor plans. So as you can see, there's little there at the moment. And this is the elevations as you've just seen them. And then, as proposed, from elevation to the road remains blank, just with new rainwater goods and a new slate roof, which is failing at the moment. opening up of previous openings here, 2 small roof lights, and this was the proposal to the hayloft opening I just referred to. So on our recommendation, that would be obscure glazed. And the other opening. The views towards Merrill House in this direction are of much less concern, with the garage door and the front door being intervening between this building and any actual windows on that property. The angles would be so acute and at such distances that we're not concerned that there would be any loss of privacy to that property. And this is just to show that the roof lights, it looks quite casual there, doesn't it? The roof lights in this are well above eye line, so there's no concern about overlooking of any neighbours from when you stood within the building. And you can see from the floor plans it's a very modest space, just with a single bedroom up at the first floor there. And there, and there you can see the bin store that's proposed to the rear. So in terms of principle here, we're satisfied that the building is a heritage asset. It's a very modest building, but it's a barn dating from the 19th century. It obviously long predates the suburban development that now surrounds it, and it is evidential of the former use of the landscape in this area for farming, and sort of remains as a remnant of that history. In it as itself, it's a vernacular building, albeit a very simple one. So we're satisfied that, in principle, it complies with our policies for the conversion of heritage assets to holiday lets. And the amenity issues, I think I've discussed there as far as they apply. In terms of potential noise generation, it's a 1-bed unit. It's couples at the most, really. Any noise generated relative to the surrounding residential use of the locality would be very low, so we don't have any concerns in that regard either. The other issue of any significance really is one of highway amenity. The Highway Authority originally asked that the parking be provided off-road. Clearly, as you can see from the site plan there, there's no space to do that. I'm going back to them. We pointed that out, and they haven't maintained an objection on the grounds that the additional traffic associated with one vehicle and additional parking is not going to have a severe highway safety impact, and we agree with that view. It is already a busy road. Parking along there, particularly at school times, can be difficult to, and indeed passing can be an inconvenience, but this is not going to make a significant difference to that in our view overall, and the application is therefore recommended for approval, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. No speakers on this one. Can I just ask a question about that tiny little triangular piece of land? Is there the possibility of nuisance from that, from outdoor activity?
Do you mean if it was to be used recreationally?
Well, use, barbecues or... I mean, you couldn't play tennis on it or anything.
Yeah. No, that's a fair point. The access to the property is within that, where you can see the arrow, in fact, on this plan. So the access is round the back. But by condition, if you had concerns about the extent of about any other use of that, we could control that by condition and require that it isn't used for amenity purposes in association with the building.
Well, I mean, it could be used for sitting out in the sun or something, but I'm just thinking about what the possibilities are of further upsetting the neighbours, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think at that point, the issue with the views from inside the building is they wouldn't be fleeting, and they would be most of the time when the building was in use, or a lot of the time it was in use. I think a use of the outside space there would be less sustained than views from inside. So I think you're sort of back into the realms of you're looking across the frontages and they're already open to public view from the road anyway. So my own view is that those impacts would be relatively limited, even if it was to be used.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to move this.
If I could just make one comment, Chair. In the proposed conditions, 5 is for cast metal rainwater goods. Does that mean cast iron? And if so, should it not be more specific so there's no room for doubt?
I've got Kath Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I never stay into Bakewell Town Council's applications, but they send me a list of the applications, at which I obviously just say thank you, and that's it. I couldn't believe this. I just could not believe it. And when I see the town council comments. I mean, they're always superb, always thought out well. I just cannot believe it's down for approval. When you consider the traffic of the school traffic going past this, I mean, it's a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And it's so small. I think whoever comes to it won't be coming to it again, put it like that. I just can't believe it. It's with disbelief I see it, that it's down for approval, but I can't vote for it.
Okay. Thank you, Kath. Well, I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Those against?
Pardon?
Are you against?
Yes. But I can't get this thing to go off. That's
Right, that's however many there are to one. You better count them up. I don't know how many there are. Right, let's move on down the agenda. We're nearly there, chaps. We're on to agenda item 16, I think. Oh, no, we're going to miss out. Sorry, 13 I'm deleting for the moment. There's been a procedural issue, and it'll come back to us another day. That's the Alston field. What? Right, so we're now dealing with 16. Yes, please do.
Thanks, Chair. So this application follows the ones that you saw earlier for the installation of parking meters and associated signage. Again, I would note that the signage is only shown for illustration and isn't subject to this decision. The application site in this case is the car park at Bloor Pastures. It's located in open countryside, approximately 1 kilometre south of Ilam. There's trees surrounding the car park here to all sides, with a larger area of ancient woodland roughly 90 metres to the east, which you can see just out on the plan there. Public right-of-way also runs in the northerly direction from the car park, and another runs to the southwest from the opposite side of the road. The application site area, incidentally, is quite long here. The car park is actually limited to the area that you can see down here. And given that the signage is proposed within that, I'm not entirely sure why this is included, but nevertheless, just for the sake of clarity, this is the car park area here. And so this shows that in closer detail. So the car park effectively has two sections here, for those not familiar with it. You've got a northern area here with an access and a southern area with an access here. And there's access between the two along this sort of track. And the signage is proposed to be here up against the wall at the back of the site, which you'll see in the photos. So this is looking north. So the car park is within. Some of these photos, the light was clearly not brilliant when the day the officer was out, so they're not terrific. But it's within this area of woodland here. You can't see it on approach from this direction. And this is from within the woodland. So this is the access to the top area of the car park. And there you can see the access running down to the other part, which is below. And this is that other area, so that access sort of runs into here. And the parking meter is proposed here, at the back edge of the site. And this view looking back, so the top area of the car park is up here again. Southern area, and the installation would be roughly here. And as before, just an example from a previous site. And so as considered on the previous sites, the impact of the installation is relatively low. In this case, it has been sited to the edge of the site, where it's backed by the wall and the trees. And from outside of the site, as you saw, the existing tree planting screens it to a large extent anyway. And of course, it's in the context of the existing car park. And on that basis, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
I've got two. David?
Move it, Chair. I think I'll be dreaming about car parks.
Okay. Anybody wants to comment? All those in favour? All those against? Right, that's carried. Next one is the Dennis Knoll car park, Hathersage.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. Same as previously, proposal for installing a car park charging machine and associated signage, which is a separate issue, as we know. There's a site plan. It's just at the start of the long causeway bridleway up to the Stanage Edge there. The site plan is slightly incorrect in here, in that it shows the public road and part of the bridleway within the application site area, which is clearly not the case. The car park occupies this area here and is quite well screened between the two plantations. The area already suffers, such a small car park, it already suffers from roadside parking overspill most times down either side of the verge. And just zoomed in, the proposal is to site the car parking machine at the top edge of the car park next to the bridleway. I'll show you more on the photographs. So this is the car park, this is the start of the bridleway with the road behind, and the machine will be sited in this back corner. You can see clearly here, busy day for parking, as is nearly always the case. And panning to the right there, you can see parking on the verges outside the car park, which occurs on a regular basis and has chewed up these verges on both sides. Typical machine, as you've already heard, so no great landscape impact there. We do have an update from the parish council. They have pointed out that the site plan is not correct, so I would say that any approval should be subject to us just agreeing an amended plan before issue of any notice before that takes place. The second point they make, they request that car parking charges be extended to the full length of the plantation, i.e. outside the car park, and effectively what they're saying is they would like the charging to pick up these areas down here. But yeah, obviously the charging is not part of the application is for the meter, but that's something we can feed back to the management group on this project. The third point they make is they request that the machine base just doesn't sit on a concrete plinth, and that it's concealed by a natural stone plinth, and the grass banking is moved around that to avoid the visual appearance of concrete and be more in keeping with the natural open landscape environment within which it sits. So I would be happy to suggest that as a further condition. So in addition, those two additional conditions to ones in the report: one, agree an amended site plan before issue, and the third one is to just agree that minor design improvement. Thank you, Chair.
Andrew?
John, you've sort of kind of touched on this obvious question already. There's clearly parking down the verge, as you say, is chewing it up already. Assure me, won't you, that we're going to do something about that? Because how will the car park, as you're calling it, be delineated? How will people know that they should or shouldn't park or pay to park outside it? For instance, where your car is opposite. And you know, as I say, assure me that we've got in hand some measure to either stop people parking down the verges or to do something to ameliorate the problem.
Cover it with tarmac and charge for parking there.
Yeah, in the past, the area was regularly patrolled by our warden, who lived at Catch's side, who kept many people in check in this area. But now there is indiscriminate parking. You can go so far in terms of, because it's our land managing the estate, and one can imagine you could put the low mounds that the county used to discourage parking on that side. You can only go so far. A combination of that plus patrols advising people would help in that regard. But once you get past the cattle grid, which is just out of sight of here, the road narrows and the opportunities for parking at the side of the road
John,
are
I
much more
realise
limited.
that, but how will people parking in that spot on the corner know the limits of where it is chargeable, for instance? So is there going to be a grey area for people, can I park there and pay, or shouldn't I?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Obviously, it's clearly a car park, but outside of that, people think they can probably park without paying, as they do now. It would require some small signage in the verge to say this is still a chargeable point in the estate. Yeah.
Kath, you wanted to raise something?
It's only when you finish, Chair.
Okay.
There was an excellent display in here yesterday by Sue Smith and her team, and it was really fantastic. I'd hope there'd be a small area today for us to see, but it's a superb book. I took one round to my new neighbour who's a keen walker, and it's miles without styles. It's absolutely fantastic. It's really worth having a look at. Well, actually, buying some Christmas.
I'm taking that as meaning that you've proposed this one for approval, have you? Sorry.
Yeah, I know this area really well, and the area where the cars are parked just looks like a bit of rough ground at the moment because it's quite potholy. So I think you need to be very specific about what is chargeable and what isn't, because cars parked either side there do cause, where the Peak Park car is and the other side do cause a lot of obstruction. So I think there needs to be a lot of clarity about what is the proper car park.
I'm going to take Ken Richardson first. I want you to come back on that. Ken?
Yeah, looking at them photos, I don't know the area, but it doesn't seem worthwhile putting a machine there. There's only a slack handful of chargeable cars.
But what occurred to me was, I don't know, if do we own that land beyond?
All of that land in that view.
It seems to me that somebody isn't looking at that more imaginatively and trying to find some way of getting more car parking on it. Isn't that what we should be doing?
Past this point, you pay.
I think, Patrick, you could put a car park for 100 cars there and it would be oversubscribed at weekends.
Yes, but well, okay, then you get more, £4,000 or £5,000 every weekend. They'll only be parking somewhere else. It looks to me as if there's an opportunity there that we're missing, and then somebody ought to look at it. Not that I approve of car parking charges, of course, but... Right, I've got a sort of proposal from Andrew. You're proposing it. Somebody seconding it, please. All those in favour? No one against? No. Okay, let's move on to the last item on the agenda. 5 to 3. Gosh, we haven't had meetings like this for a long time. Agenda item 19, page 165, the report of the head of law. Do we still have a head of law? No, we don't. Oh, have we? Good, right, okay. Have we anything to report on this particularly, one way or another? I think it's self-explanatory as far as it goes.
Just one point I'd raise in the list of appeals decided, the one at the top of page 166, so the removal of a condition, is just unfortunate that while it's allowed as an appeal to kind of count against us, it is actually just 1 point of 1 condition. But in terms of the stats, it's actually quite annoying when you have low numbers. Yeah.
And I must admit, I don't often say this, but I did think it was a slightly odd decision. But anyway, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody noting that? All those in favour? Okay, that's it. Are there anything else we need to raise on the agenda?
Don't think so.
No? No? Okay. In that case, I declare the meeting closed.